All right, welcome. If you're joining us here for this Group 7, who's ecstatic and very excited about what's about ready to happen on the start of their session 4. Going through the recap of the past session, from what they experienced, was a whole lot of craziness. They had headed to the back to the mining village from the Harak Mining Company area, kind of the field house area. They headed back, and then they spoke with Kolvas of the First Name of Stillorg and the lapidary there, and had a very nice conversation with this near old death dwarf that really was alone, didn't have much to go with, and was just happy for the company, and was willing to help investigate one of your particular, well, any of your gemstones, but one of you had kind of elected, which was Zeph, and gave the stone. And through that process, Kolvas stated that they would, chip off a piece, they'd degrade it, they'd run through experiments, right, different methods, and then they would be able to give you more information than what they had provided, which was just similarities between the gemstones, and that they were kind of foreign in a way, right? The way that they were kind of designed and shaped within the actual crystalline structures and stuff inside, right? And the way it was refracting light and those terms there. And really, it just kind of comes out to the fact that they were obviously strange, foreign, but they all were similar to each other, just different colors and things. After that had occurred, I think, well, before we get, so I think at the library, I think someone grabbed like book, right, on metallurgy. And then there was just kind of a slew of information there. And then you headed back to the tavern, right? So you went back to the tavern. You were talking and you were feasting and you were dining and you were having a jolly good time and you're really discussing certain things, really getting into the core, I think, of a lot of different conceptual things with your characters. And all of a sudden, in front of Zap, the stone was there on the table, on the wooden plank, one of the tables, by your frosty mug and your plate of food. It was just there. All of a sudden, bam. Grabbing it, realizing that something must be afoot. You had Zeph and you had Varys. They decided to head to the actual lapidary to see, right, what happened, what's going on, why is this here? And then coming to the actual lapidary, coming to the structure, it was on fire. There was a incident that occurred. Going in, you saved Stillorg Kolvas. You yourself succumbed to smoke damage. I think Zeph will probably forever remember that he has never-ending breath. You could just hold it in. But it was funny in the moment, right? Heat of the moment, right? You're just rushing through trying to save Stillorg. And after Stillorg was brought out, laid down upon the snow, the explosives that Stillorg Kolvas makes for the Rock Mining Companies. He does have a background in alchemy, whereas he's using magic and stuff, which your wizard, right? You found that out from the chest, getting all kind of the scribe and the papers and things that this old dwarf had. These explosives just bam went off. Because a loud boom. Everyone in the tavern that was there, so the party was like, "What's going on?" Everyone from the tavern cleared out. I mean, this is literally a block away from the tavern, so you get a little shaking maybe happening, right? And then you get there, and then you realize what has happened. The rest of the village kind of comes together for fire brigades, right? They're working together to make sure it doesn't spread. And then you begin to heal Stillorg, bring back to the tavern. Kind of running through the detect thoughts, getting information from the dwarf that didn't really have a whole lot of memory. It seemed that this was a response to being struck. So picking up kind of like a pick or a chisel in a way and was attempting to break a piece off as the very first thing after Stillorg ate a meal upstairs, right, of the lapidary. Bam, it went off. And when it happened is it kind of exploded outwards and then came into itself, almost like it was sucked into a vacuum. Obviously, Stillorg was hit by that. From that point, kind of blacked out. So after that moment of when it came back in, there wasn't any sort of memories that this dwarf was kind of coming to. So we come to the morning, right? After the detect dots. And let's go to the Duke's Manor because you were invited for breakfast, courtesy of Captain Keelion doing some kind of field work for y'all. And it was almost a kind of approach in a way for this breakfast. Well, of course, the captain's not here. Captain decided, hey, I worked all night putting out a fire along with my crew. I'm gonna get to sleep. I'm not gonna go, and I really don't want to hear the Duke talk anymore. And coming to this breakfast, I think you all can maybe agree that the Duke is very talkative, very charismatic, and definitely looking for a tale of some kind, but also curious about who you are. Through this conversation, one of the particular characters, Tegan, was feeling some effect, this effect of overcoming themselves. It seems that they were compelled to grab this stone, which is inside of one of the Duke's amulets. And so it's just the Duke was like, "Well, are you okay?" And Tegan's like resisting, and these things were happening. Not necessarily anything that you all were able to get information off of, but you definitely saw now that Tegan is having a tough time. And then the Duke kind of came over and was like, "Are you okay? What's going on?" And then Tegan is just lunging for the amulet that is dangling out of the tunic now because the Duke is kind of like bent down, right? So the amulet's just like hanging there. And Tegan's just going for it. So that's where we're going to pick up. So as we pick up here, we're going to get right to a roll. Tegan.
Yep.
I need you to make a dexterity check, or if you're proficient, you can make a sleight of hand check. That's funny.
Tough.
Yeah. So as you go and you begin to lunge out for this particular place, in the amulet, you're kind of going for it, and just the pull and the draw and the tunnel vision and just the feeling that you're having of this kind of burning sensation now that it's so close and this penetrating tunnel vision of grabbing it, you go. The Duke lands a nat 20, grabs the amulet, pulls backwards, stands upright. What are you doing? What is wrong with you?
I think Tegan in that moment of weakness kind of like falls to his knees and he's just trying to back away slowly. He goes, "I'm so sorry, my lord. I don't know what came over me. I can't focus on anything but that amulet." And he like slowly gets up and he starts to back away and he's like, "I need I need a moment." And he's going to like almost like something is physically pulling him towards the Duke, but he's somehow being able to drag himself away, and it's almost a stalemate, but he's slightly winning.
Why don't you get some air? Elise. Duke sits down to the chair. Elise comes over and grabs you by the shoulder and begins to escort you out of the manor. Well, that was extremely odd. It's feeling okay.
Yeah.
This is something that has happened before?
No.
It's a first.
That is the first, but I am so sorry.
DM, do any of us get the impression that something was done to Tegan? Like, I'm a little unclear as to like how much we got out of that exchange, other than Tegan dashed at him and tried to grab something.
So what you can understand is that Tegan was coming to something, right? You could tell that just by the look in the face and the change of posture as well as position, and then just went and lunged at the amulet. So you do know that the amulet itself obviously was of something that was of desire to Tegan, and you also know Tegan had succumbed to something.
But we don't have any indication that the Duke did something or was being
You have no
hostile.
inclination. The Duke did not say anything, did not move hands, nothing that suggests spell casting or anything that they had done. They were just coming over and bent over, and then they took themselves back and then kind of postured a little bit and now are sitting down in the chair.
Okay, thanks.
What amulet? Where did you get that amulet that you're wearing? Why would he want it?
Well, this is just a family Orillo stone, as far as I'm concerned. It was handed by my grandfather to me, and, well, I've just been had it ever since. Thought it might be nice to put an amulet in.
Did you not just tell us earlier that it was something you took in payment from working with the shipping company?
Yes, it is.
And now it is a family stone.
Well, I mean, personally, I didn't take it as payment, but Family Orilla did,
I see.
and now it's a family stone. I mean, honestly, how do you think these things happen to be? I'm not a miner. Just go into the rocks and find a stone myself. Obviously,
Can-
my grandfather took this quite nicely.
Would I be able to attempt to insight that statement? More like I'm trying to get a sense, like, was it actually a payment, or do I get an impression like maybe it was taken, more like, or something to that effect?
Roll insight.
Can I provide him with help, given that I just questioned the legitimacy of his statement?
Too far away from the table, I would imagine, and then also separate in the way that the insight is happening there.
That's fair.
So I have something I think a little bit different I would like to insight on is like is he lying about how he got the stone, basically? It's kind of what I'm inferring about. Like, is it actually a family heirloom? Is it something
Yeah, that was actually
he-
more what I was trying to figure out too. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so Varys, if you're going to do an insight on that, then you can have help. As far as Zeph, if it's been taken from somebody, right? You're kind of looking at a specific information. If this was just taken, you're unable to ascertain. It seems that they're truthful, but it's difficult to tell. It's based on the situation that's just occurred.
Guy's got a
Varys with
poker
an
face.
insight of 10. In a similar fashion, you're kind of going out the heat of the moment is what's just transpired at the table here, and so the Duke itself is kind of posturing and a little bit like shaking, and there's definitely a change of stature. So if you're attempting to kind of read them through the conversation, right, that is now kind of changed in that sense. So you're unsure if they're like, oh, they're lying, deceitful, right, or if it's just they're like basically taken aback by what had just occurred moments ago.
Okay.
Well, all that unfortunate business aside, what was it we were discussing before we were interrupted?
Oh, well, honestly, I believe we were talking about, was it the ship? Conversations of tales and how you all arrived, going around the room. We've done that. Sorry, that was just so strange.
That was indeed. Is that something that has happened to you before? Is anyone ever?
Never had anybody reach for me in that manner. No, that's just such an odd thing.
We do apologize. I'm sure
I-
Tegan didn't mean anything from it.
Based on your story and what you've told me thus far, and also your captain, Captain Kiluyan, I can imagine that you all are, well, greatly traumatized.
It has been an ordeal.
Well, breakfast has been delicious, I hope, and always get you more food here if you need, more drink. Could always discuss matter of business. Are you all staying here long?
We have considered taking on this task we spoke about in the mines, but we plan to move out in one of the last caravans leaving, so we won't burden you for too long.
All right, well. Sounds satisfactory. Just be aware, I'm not sure if Pelu has discussed this with you in length about the caravans. We have had a few of them go missing as of late. They have not returned, which it's not uncommon. And some of these miners, they take these caravans and get to the holy city of Othema, and they see, well, I've earned a great deal of coin from this journey, and, well, why go back? So.
Indeed. Well, we are quite capable. I did hear you mention you called it the holy city of Athena. You must forgive me. I'm not from around here. Is there something of divine significance to the city that they're bound for?
Well, Othema is referred to as the holy city of the Talthars, given that the sun tree is located within its depths, within the actual cathedral itself over top. There's a great history there. I honestly, I could talk about it more. Numb your ear if you'd like. Is there anything in particular you would want to know?
With the Talthars, how How strict is their lockdown now that it's wartime?
Well, this far north, you shouldn't see anything. The war is happening in the south between the borders of Athrena and Uther. The land itself is decimated. It's about 3 miles to the southwest of Melandar, which is a great elvish colonial city that has been, well, currently the Talthars are in control of the whole continent under their rule. But there's a lot of history, I should say.
Speaking of the war, do you know much about its origin?
I do not. Well, I mean, I've spoke to traders and other sorts of folk before I was stationed here. Obviously, my house, Arillo, is in Lathan, and I have many different investments within businesses there in Lathan. And some of these traders and merchants really discuss that the land itself is scorched and barren. See, Uther is, well, it was a place that was filled with many jungles and grasslands, savannas and things. It was quite exquisite. And of course, you have the Isle of Bure, which is tropical and has an active volcano upon it called Mount Dramar. And the Wizard's Keep's there, of course. And, well, anyways, these merchants and traders have stated that the jungles just simply do not exist anymore. And the once city of Chandronar, which has its esteem towards its wizarding school of Felgrim, not Felgrim, but Zoomfear, is no more. It's been ruined. The volcano, spitting black soot, riddles the air, forms clouds.
And that destruction is limited only to the south of Merlandar?
To the southeast, yes, it is the region of Uther that is mostly decimated. Of course, it's crapped in the war as it's pushed, but with the Talthars, their might with paladins and clerics and soldiers, they are very warfaring and very skilled. And in addition to Temerian soldiers, as might add, they have aided themselves. So you should see those warships in action. They have weapons I have never seen before, apparently. Quite interesting.
Like what kind of weapons?
I believe they are referred to as cannons.
Mm-hmm.
They fire them from the large warships in the bay there, and pellet, I should say, the warfront, and well, it keeps things at bay, I'd imagine. I don't know exactly any more details than that. My mind is more on trying to get into the People's Palace at this point. Maybe I'll find out more.
Are you having difficulties gaining entry to the palace?
No, not necessarily. See, I'm low on the command. I would say the bureaucracy itself. I'm new to the game. It was put in place just simply because there was a Lord Downfall was calling for a figurehead within this mining village, and well, I didn't have much going on except running my investments and dealing with servants and the manor, and I felt like I could have use doing something else, especially with my skills and my repertoire, and I took the calling, and well, I won the golden ticket, so to speak.
And I'm sure the abundance of gemstones doesn't hurt either.
No, I suppose it does not. No.
If you would be so kind as to regale us, what is your skill set? You mentioned.
Well, I grew up in Lathan. I was born there, raised, loving parents, and so only child. Imagine. I was taught in the great library of Lathan by a few tutors and mentors that my parents had paid for. From there, I had spent some time in Beelder, governance and different other sorts of trade and charters. It's actually the first time that I was in the People's Palace, but not seeking audience necessarily. It was just to exchange information and really kind of make myself known at the adult age. And from there, my parents getting older and things weren't working so well, so I headed back and, well, I riped the business, so to speak, and made sure that everything was top shape, and had been controlling House Cirillo. My parents have long passed, dead for a few decade now or so. But,
Aldor kind of looks to his party members and goes, "In this place, is having wealthy parents considered a skill?"
Depends on what circles you're in, I
Running a
guess.
wealthy house is considered a skill.
I see.
Eyes, Varys.
But I mean, House Cirillo is pretty well known for its shipping, so I would imagine that's where the power comes from.
yes, House Cirillo was, our foundations in Lathan in its very earliest development was chartering the seas and really kind of setting up waterways and primary trade routes. Great deal of coin in that.
Shinzo?
At this point, we're going to go ahead and pause this side of conversation. We'll go to Tegan. Tegan, you're on the actual entry chamber. Tegan, you're kind of getting some air, maybe even propping open the window here. The door's open as well. The cold air is kind of blowing in. Lisa's kind of like leaning against the wall and just kind of holding the arms together a little bit and just kind of, not cowering from the cold, but getting a little bit warm. And it's just like looking at you. Just doesn't say much of anything. And after minutes pass by, just kind of seeing you right yourself, she kind of approaches and puts a hand upon your shoulder. Do you mind telling me what happened?
I don't know. Something came over me, and I'm deeply shamed by my actions. I apologize.
Shakes the head. Your friends. It's quite odd, all of them together, yes? And you?
Yes, we're quite the bunch. What did you say your name was?
My name is Elise.
Very nice to meet you. I'm Tegan. I don't know if it's best for me to go back in after that, but if the Lord would accept me back in his dining room, I'd very much appreciate it if you would ask on my behalf.
I can ask. Umbrian is no lord. Just a simple, humble duke. You be careful, Tegan. Be careful. Pats you on the back and walks away. Just kind of shuttles over as this conversation's kind of occurring, right? Kind of whispers into the ear of the Duke, shakes the head, kind of moves the hand. He slowly goes to the door, kind of coming back. Tegan takes the arm and kind of points towards the door. Maybe sitting further away from the Duke would be better.
I think so.
All right. She moves to shut the window as well as the front door and lock it.
As Tegan walks in, he's going to take a deep bow and he's going to say, My Duke, I deeply apologize for my actions, and I thank you very much for allowing me back to the table.
Oh, of course. I'm sure you're very traumatized by what has happened to you and to your passengers and to your ship. And obviously, the least I can do is extend leniency.
Yes, my companions and I have been through quite an ordeal, and obviously the toll has taken quite an effect upon me, and I apologize once again.
No worries. No.
Just out of character, has the effect subsided, or is it kind of like a lingering fixation?
seems like it's no longer there.
Okay. I'm very much, after he's done talking to the Duke, is invested in his plate and will not make eye contact once again.
So you were talking about the Sun Tree.
Yes,
Have you ever seen it?
I have laid eyes upon it. Yes.
That seems like something really interesting to look at. I haven't gotten a chance to look at anything like that before, so
Well, there
I would
is.
like
There's deep
make
history
my way
here.
if I can.
Yeah, no, of course. If make your way to Atheba and set your eyes upon it, it's definitely an attraction. There's a great number of those who worship Pelor. They stride and make pilgrimage to Athema. It's definitely one of those places that really sustains itself upon people making pilgrimage and local residents really just there. The actual Sun Tree itself, it's very odd, but it actually is buried.
Buried, you say?
Yes. I don't know a lot of people know that. They come into the Sun Tree Cathedral and they see the tiny sprig of a tree sprouting itself from the stonework of the white marble. Sure enough. Majority of it, this large expanse of tree, as far as I'm concerned, is buried within the earth. I suppose if
That's
I was a
interesting.
historian or scholar, I would be interested as to why, but alas, didn't quite get that far.
It is difficult to reach the sun from beneath the ground.
Yeah, but they, as far as I know, the clerics and priests there, they have good use of the divine magic, and they sustain through spells, giving daylight when necessary.
I would like very much to see this. I'm a bit of a history buff, so I would like to see as much as I can.
Yes, and there is a library there, the Temple Quarter, and you're more than welcome to feast in your heart's delight, riddled with all sorts of divine histories and tales of old.
What clerics maintain that?
They are clerics that are devoted to the Sun Tree, and they are worshippers of Pelor. Many of the clerics that I have found are not necessarily of the very, what's the word, religious. They're more in line with Talthar's ideals of war and conquest and supporting them in that endeavor. Never been a fan of worship to a deity myself.
I've
It's
always,
seriously not for everyone.
I see your deity scattered around your dwelling, and all the shiny rocks and accoutrements that you adorn yourself with.
Yes, I suppose.
I nod enthusiastically in agreement.
I've always found the idea of religion very weird for especially my family with such ties to the arcane. Because obviously there are divine presences on this world, but at the same time, never felt like I needed them because of, the family's deep ties to the arcane. So it's a weird relationship with me and religion. It's more of a history kind of. I want to know what happened with them before, more so than follow them.
I see.
The games that the gods play go far beyond the scope of the material plane.
You speak of experience? This seems interesting. Pours the pitcher into a goblet. Refills it. Sips it.
I have seen the machinations of those that reside in higher planes. I myself was born on the in the realm of Helm and spent some time in the astral sea before arriving in your material plane.
See. Wow. That is quite a tale.
Indeed, quite a long one. I'm not sure that we have time for breakfast.
Maybe
My
not.
apologies.
Maybe another time then, yes?
Perhaps, yes.
We'll let you all have the day. I'm sure you all have great business to do and whatnot. What's the day today? At least, what's the day? Next towards. It's weird, my Duke. Oh, yes. So the caravan, 2 days now then? So it's day. This time. Before you do depart, if you'd like, more than welcome to have you over for dinner. Of course. Maybe not tonight, but tomorrow night, the 19th. And, well, we can always discuss these things further, yes?
Yep.
We shall
Thank
see.
you.
I believe we mean to make war on the dwarves from beneath, so I suppose it shall depend on how that endeavor goes.
Well, I hope it goes well. And if there's anything that I can do to help, I'm more than welcome.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Of course.
And then I'll get up and start to head out.
I don't suppose you could spare a contingent of your guard to escort us into the Underdark. I could use a few more soldiers at my command.
Chuckles. They aren't exactly soldiers. They're really just mining folk that would like to take up the steel to keep some sort of law and order around here. So, I can see about it. See if I can find a few that are willing to go with you. I don't know what coin that they would need and of skills they would actually add to you. I'd imagine they would be more of a hindrance, given what you have perhaps just
Yes.
said.
Yes, it may be better to a surgical strike then. I would recommend if you ever make that audience in the palace, perhaps requesting a proper guard station here.
Yes, that is something on my agenda, of course.
Yeah, I would imagine something that provides such a valuable source for the war effort. I would think they would have something more of a presence of that sort.
Especially considering there are prospectors going missing to the north and caravans going missing to the south. Weird pale dwarves coming up out of the ground.
Well, whatever aid that you can help with is much appreciated. And I will be sending messengers out to Lord Downfloor and seeking help. Perhaps we can get some paladins in here and, well, soldiers and things, and truly put an end to what is happening to some of these things.
Understood. Good day, Duke.
Zeph, with your passive insight, you have noticed that the Duke has stopped drinking wine for the remainder of the conversation after Maldor had spoken of his story. Lise opens the door, moves the hand, it goes to the front door, unlocks it, opens it, moves back to the wardrobe in case anybody would like help with anything getting. Duke stands up, does a small little bow. Farewell. You will have a good day.
I'll grab a couple extra rolls on the way out.
All right, grab some rolls.
Pocket rolls.
Pocket rolls. Okay.
Maldor steals a quick glance at Elise again before exiting out the door.
She looks directly towards you and locks eyes and just stares at you and slowly nods the head.
I don't like her.
Luke, are you saying any? I just figured you're not moving your token at this point.
No, it's fine. I was looking at the world map.
There was
No,
wine in
yeah,
there.
because I saw you on the world. Yeah, I saw you on it. So I was just like assuming that you're like, more about leaving, like grabbing the rest of the food and going. Yeah, yeah.
Thinking
Quickly.
about how many of those gemstones I can pull out of his
Mm,
platters and stuff. so
yeah,
I'm like,
seeing how much you can take, right?
"Hmm."
Take away. I like it. Okay. So you all kind of get a little bit of distance away, right, from, kind of going down that cobbled path. Eventually you get to that iron, kind of that gate itself that kind of runs around that garden with the snowberries and thickets and things. And again, the path itself, this cobbled path that reaches the dirt and rock road itself, this path is actually brushed off. So they actually clean it, like servants come out and brush it off, and there's snow, and the snow's softly falling. Temperature itself, it's right around like 20 some odd degrees Fahrenheit. And you kind of reach through the gate you go through, continue down the cobbled path, and then you get to that dirt and rock road. Now, given the time, I'm going to advance a little bit based on the fact that I've been eating for a little while, kind of talking, conversing. Probably going to put it about 9 o'clock-ish, I think would be probably acceptable based on what happened. And you notice that the hovels themselves, a lot of them, they still, all of them have their fires going, right? This kind of a thing. Got to have your fires going 24/7 in this type of condition, what's happening around you, and the heat and things, you cannot lose that. But there are less people out and about, right? You notice that there's potentially getting to the manor. There's miners that were leaving their hovels to go up and work. There's people actually going towards the fire to help kind of clear that out, and there's definitely a community happening. And now it's kind of died down a little bit, but you're still hearing the blacksmith in the distance work in the canopy of the village square, as well as some of the traders are kind of talking, being like a little bit more loud. And then you have the occasional chopping of wood, and of course the kind of that constant wind that pushes from the actual bay.
As we're walking, I'm just gonna look at Tegan and just be like, "What happened, man?"
I don't know, man. I was just sitting there having a conversation, and then all of a sudden, I felt a burning on my back, and I couldn't stop looking at the stone around his neck. Like, when I walked in, I clocked, like, hey, it kind of looks like mine. I didn't think anything of it. And then it was like a primal urge just pulling me towards it, saying I needed to have it. I couldn't control myself. I barely got away after I lunged. I don't usually lose my composure like that. I don't know. I'm sorry. I could have put us all in a lot of trouble.
No, you're okay. I just wanted to make sure you were okay.
It could have gone much worse.
Okay, so I gotta ask you guys, did he seem oddly cool with all the wild shit that kept happening? Like, first we burned down this really important thing to his mining business, and then we almost rip a necklace off his neck, and he just was even kill almost the whole time.
I have not been in this place for long, but something in my short travels I have discerned is that there is a distinct look that people get when they want something from you. And
You think
that can cause a lot of things to be forgiven.
You think he wanted something from us?
I think he was more trying to get a measure of us more than anything.
Yeah, that could be information. It could be a lot of things, but he thought there was something to gain. He is a man who has little power and wants more.
My
can
initial
agree with
read
that.
on him was he's either a ignorant fool or a person who knows what he wants and how to get it.
I think he could be both of those things.
He definitely puts on a mask. I think he's smarter than he wants you to think he is. I don't know.
You mentioned him being cool. I believe that is actually his skill set, is to put on a face when he needs to.
Yeah.
He's hard. I had a hard time getting a read on him most of the time, but he definitely seemed interested in your tale, Muller. Because he was like, I'm sure you noticed, he was regularly sipping wine through most of the conversation, with taking circumstance exception, of course. But he definitely stopped when he heard your tale.
That is an interesting observation. He also poured me more wine, which I didn't touch, by the way.
Keegan,
Interesting.
did you drink wine?
I don't remember. To be honest, it was kind of that whole experience was just so tunnel vision.
So, out of all of us, who drank wine?
I was definitely drinking at the beginning. I just didn't drink when he came and refilled my.
Would I have noticed if Tegan was drinking wine? Because I was like right across the table from him.
As far as my recollection goes, I believe Tegan drank wine.
And Maldor also drank wine?
And Malder drank wine.
Yes.
Okay, well, I thought there might be, maybe something in the wine, but I don't know. If Maldor drank it and was fine, then it doesn't really make as much sense.
It's possible. What we learned yesterday was that apparently, in addition to being potentially explosive, the gem or some entity connected to it has a will for it to remain in the possession of the one it's meant for. Today, what we have witnessed is that there was a similar one to one that someone in our group already possessed, and it, through some means from one side or another, seemed to be willing itself into their possession. Is it possible that all of our gems have a counterpart, or possibly more than one? The gemologist did tell us that these were shattered from something larger.
And where would they even be?
It could be anywhere.
Well,
Presumably.
one thing, I'm not sure how much of it matters, but I know, like, mine returned to me, but it didn't do so until it had been actively tampered with.
They could all just have a wheel to get back, like you said, get back to who they deem, their chosen holder. I don't know.
Well, the question is, does the gem want to be with a person, or does it want to become whole again? And if so, was the Duke perhaps just as drawn to Tegan as Tegan was to the Duke? And just maybe doing a better job of covering it up.
Maybe. I don't know, but I mean, we do have that appointment with the with Pelu, so
Yes, I
Yeah.
suppose we should get on that. We were going to get explosives, but I believe we exploded the explosives.
Yeah.
I don't know how smart explosives would have been in a mine shaft anyway, but
I mean, it's always a potential plan B or, well, Z more like, but
to collapse it.
well, I'm sure they probably have other dynamite somewhere. He was just the one who stored it.
Pelu may have some actually in his mining office. And we're doing
Probably not in the office.
Well, not in his office. Well, you never know. That guy's a little.
Well, it's probably he probably has it closer to the actual mine itself.
Right. Was there anything else we needed to do before we proceeded? Tegan, are you good to go? Do you need a moment?
Well, I wanted some more paper and ink because I wanted to copy down more spells, but I think those are gone now. So,
Just how far back can you shift time?
my control of it is not that good yet. Maybe one day.
To Pelu then.
But yeah, to Pelu then. Let's go.
Okay. So you begin to go through, hunting on the roads, passing by the barracks. It's a 2-story stone kind of brick structure, similar in kind of the design as much as the actual lapidary you've seen, right? No windows, and there's multiple different kind of chimneys, these stone kind of pitched together, kind of just rock walled in a way, right? And they're billowing smoke, and you're hearing kind of movement from inside, people shifting around, and other sorts of things happening. And a few of them are actually like outside, and they're currently like sparring with each other a little bit. They're kind of like giggling and laughing as they're kind of doing that. You just kind of walk by. It's a little odd, right? Just going to continue to walk by, especially with what's happening within the mine, suggesting that you were supposed to be there, kind of thing, and now you're like kind of messing around out here in a way. So as you kind of go through and just pass by the barracks, aim towards the field house to talk with Pelu. Obviously, you come by the stables, which has its oh so familiar bleating of goats. Bah! So they're kind of just going to town in there. There's large amounts of pens and things, and there's miners that are working and clearing and kind of shifting the hay around, right? Kind of the soiled hay and kind of putting fresh down for straw, right? I should say, not hay, but straw. And then you kind of begin to head up that road, again, taking time. I'm going to advance the clock about 9:30-ish. That takes like 15, 20 minutes, and they've been talking. Heading up the road, there's not really anybody on it. It's definitely entrenched from wagon wheels, quite a bit actually, suggesting that maybe wagons are being sent down to be repaired, or carts of the things that they've been doing. And pile them in. They're just getting towards the blacksmith, right, to repair them. Maybe something that they do in the mornings. Eventually, you get to the field house. Been here before, so I won't go through a very vivid description of what is here. I just will state that there's definitely people talking, kind of hanging out, and there's also 6 guard that are currently walking. They have these lanterns that are kind of a little bit lit, suggesting that they've been in the mine, and currently equipped as they are. They're equipped with short swords and spears, it seems. Some of them just have spears, some just have short swords. And then they have chain shirts. It kind of feels that they should have a shield, but you're not seeing any. And then upon the back, maybe of 2 of them, right, you might see like a wooden buckler, but it's really makeshift and just like haphazardly put together. They're just like walking by. Eventually they kind of get to this point, they look and kind of look at the people in front of them, and they're just kind of moving around them, right? None of them are actually pushing them or shoving them or anything. They're just kind of moving around them. And then one kind of looks towards Thorvik, begins to talk to Thorvik, trying to hear as best as you can. And everyone roll perceptions.
The sound effect really adds to that. Tegan posted in chat, FYI, that he had to AFK for a bit.
Oh, in chat. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
He's on autopilot, deep, lost in thought and misery.
It kind of fits at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lucar, perception of 16, Zeph, perception of 13 here. So you both are able to underhear the conversation. It appears that this potentially might be like a leader of some kind of the particular guard. The name Alson is kind of put through, and you're kind of coming into the conversation. You're trying the best you can as the wind's howling, the snow's kind of falling. There's also kind of talking and other sorts of thing happening around by the miners, especially towards the south, the large canopy tents and other sorts of things. From what Alson has described, and based on what your perception is that Alson is stating that the creatures had not came through. They have not pushed through. They have not done anything, and that they're putting 2 to stay on posting, and that they're heading back to basically exchange places with others that are in the barracks, and that they'll just kind of continue to observe the situation, and that to let basically Pelu know that, right? So going through Thorvik, not having to go through. It's kind of on the move, right, that conversation's happening. So Alson kind of comes, and eventually they kind of reform themselves, and now you're on the map. So you've kind of all strung up. See Alson just kind of stop and look, kind of not strangely, just kind of look and look at y'all, and doesn't really stop to talk to you. Just continues to move past.
I guess we go talk to Pelu, right? See what he wants us to do.
Yeah, I would have probably said something, but I rolled a 1. I didn't even see them. They were just.
Well, I mean, they moved past you, So
Right.
they did go through. So if you, I mean, you could always say if it doesn't mean anything towards what Allison was saying, or even the name drop or whatever, you can always
That's fine.
interrupt
It's,
them. So,
I don't think I was paying attention.
okay.
I'll head up to Thorvig. Yeah, that's his name, Thorvig, and say, is Palu available?
Oh. Yeah, it's fine. Bangs on the door. Belu! It's those adventurers again. You have a name. I can just call you
Those
Not yet.
people.
those people.
You can just call us these.
Alright, those people. Door swings open. Its own kind of method. No one, physically pulls it, right? Kind of come through. So many dice. What's happening?
That's stuff.
Oh, you're testing stuff. I was like, why are so many dice coming?
He just cast fireball on all of us.
Okay, so Brendan said AFK for a bit, I apologize, and then I have to go. I apologize. Okay, well, hopefully everything's fine. Nothing bad is happening. Alright, you get out. So you push through.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Hopefully everything's okay. So you kind of come through into the field house. You see Palu is currently in there, just kind of minding their own business, is writing, scribbling on different papers and scrolls, and almost putting them down, writing, putting them down. It seems kind of maybe creating some schedules of some kind, also going through past schedules. And then one of the pieces of paper, Lucaris, kind of approach the desks, kind of signifies potentially who's going to be on the caravan that's heading out on the 20th, like essentially grabbing the like a list of names. You see crosses through, question marks and little notes and things, and just by looking at it, Palu's idea here is a draw of some kind. They're just randomly drawing. So that's what you can understand as you approach the desk. They randomly draw the people assigned to the caravans.
Interesting.
Yep.
So as I watch him, I'll just kind of say to him, is this how you deal with the disappearances on the caravans?
No, no. This is just a drawing, as I like to keep it fair. A great number of my miners want to be on these caravans, so I create names and maybe X things out, X the ones out I don't really want to lose. Kind of a name of the game. Caravans go out, they stay.
Do they come back?
Well, I mean, they should come back, yes, but do they? Not all the time. Not all the time. I have been a little concerned, though, as of late. It was just last week. We got a caravan back. It was only one of the three. Oh. The other two had stayed, the miners had stayed, and, well, this one had a message stated that out of the last, prior to 5 or so, only 2 had actually made it. So that was concerning.
Lost on the journey?
I believe, yes. Lost on the journey. Of course, I inquired to this individual. I was like, well, did you see anything? No.
Well, if you would like us to handle your subterranean friends, we're open to taking that contract.
You seem to have a lot of security issues. You're losing prospectors, you're losing miners, you're losing caravans.
Well, I mean, it's just... But the whole caravan, the Frosthorn Valley is quite treacherous, and the pass itself is, well, it's very challenging. I can imagine that it's just cost of business. Now, the prospectors that is strange. I have yet to lose any of my prospectors. All right, I will state that. Ran this business for a long time.
Indeed. So before we take on your underground problem, we were interested to see if you had any explosives at your disposal that we could use in pursuit of this endeavor.
No, I do not. We used all the remainder of our explosives to clear the said cavern those creatures immersed themselves in, and I had put another order in with Stilorg Kolvas. And they are, well, as far as I know, they all exploded.
They were good at doing what they were designed to do.
Yes, well, they're very specific explosives that we dig deep, and well, it's not exactly stable. How you go? Kolvas does well, Stilorg, in crafting a very, what's the word for it? Specialized explosive. It's not necessarily create a large boom. Minute and high impact. It's perfect for chiseling away and trying to find veins and really getting maybe some thick rock that we can't necessarily penetrate through with the pickaxes.
Indeed.
How is Stilorg, by the way?
He is upset, but he is resting. Last time we saw him,
He will survive.
Tegan did a good job patching him up. Not Tegan, I'm so sorry. Zeph did a good job patching him up.
Yes, you did. Grabs your hand, Zeph. You have the hands of a healer, yes?
I try.
My back has been awfully tight. I could use you to perhaps massage it later.
Sure.
Wonderful.
On that note, our elven friend has seems to have fallen ill. Could you perhaps keep him company or see him back to the inn while we undertake this mission?
I see. Well, I'm sure that the DM wouldn't mind controlling them in combat if it was to arise, but if you would like them to be sidelined for this endeavor, no problem.
Well, that's up to you. I was trying to give you an out, but yeah,
It's out of character. Out of character for it's all of you. I mean, if you don't want the fifth to be there in combat, that's up to you. If you think Tegan can be there, I think
that
to
would
play
be useful.
Tegan.
Yeah, it's given what we might be going to. That's fine. Cool.
Yeah, more than welcome to control Tegan in combat. No problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Let's just not kill him.
One time, I've one time had to control, I think, 3 players out of 6 one time in combat. So it was pretty much just me playing against myself at that point, which is really funny. Yes. Well, wonderful. Let me get you your coin and get you on your way, so you can hurry back, Zeph. And looks towards you, so you can get to your duties. Yes. Pulls the wardrobe open, so you can see kind of a chest in there. It's metallic, with kind of etched. The chest itself is mainly wood, ashen. Doesn't have a lock on it or any kind, and there's nothing else in the actual wardrobe itself. Sees Pelu slowly kind of cracks the chest open, thumbs around a little bit inside. Looks around and kind of gruffs a little bit, just shuts the chest, closes the wardrobe, does 2 snaps, then opens the wardrobe, and then you're seeing that there are like leather kind of purses or sacks now on one of the shelving of the wardrobe. Kind of reaches up and grabs one, and then slowly begins to kind of open the chest again and figure out the value there. So upon doing that, the actual deal that was created for your reference was 2,500 gold pieces total, and then was willing to give you half now and half when the job is done. So it's 1,250. So as you see, Pelu is kind of grabbing and pushing coin, grabs onto this large kind of purse, and then kind of pulls out and gives you kind of the chest, kind of pulls the chest out with a large kind of coin, and has the actual purses within inside. It's been divided up a little bit, and just kind of drags it across the stone and then taps it. I believe 2,200 gold pieces total, so half then, right? I'll half now and then the full then, yes?
I believe the deal was 25.
Oh. Yes, no. No worries there. Grabs the chest, slowly pulls it back to the wardrobe. Pulls out more coins, begins to put it with the other person's chest, shuts it, and then scoots it. All right, well, your coin. 1,250 gold pieces for now, and then the rest later. Yes?
Yep.
Wonderful. Shuts the wardrobe. Claps. All right. Whew. That was a lot of work. Not used to lifting quite heavy things. Whew. Reaches into a drawer and pulls out a fan, like one of those like collapsible fan things. Grabs it and just kind of.
I look at the rest of the group and say, I think we're going to need a goat.
Let's be on our way.
Are you hungry?
Carry this.
I mean, it's not that heavy, especially if you split it up to individual party members.
Yeah, once you split it up, it's not that much weight of coin. It's just the fact that it's all lumped together at the current moment. And you see, you crack the chest open, you can see that it's been divided appropriately between 5. So there's 5 actual other persons with it filled. So 250 gold pieces each. Oh, sorry, yeah, 250. Yep. You can put that into your inventory, or you could put it towards. I think we have the treasury actual sheet there, so which has 2 gold pieces currently. So you can
Very
always
big.
just
That's
put
the
it.
Give a penny, save a penny tray is what that is.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So yeah, you can always put it within that too if you want. But if not, you all want the coin yourselves. You're all greedy, selfish. No, I'm just kidding. 250 gold.
I need a bit more spells before I start giving other
Yeah.
people money.
Right.
So you
At
should
some
be able
point, we're
to.
just going to be funding the wizard.
Yeah.
So you should be
Later
able
levels
to.
gets expensive.
You should be able to double click your token, or you can press C to pull up your actual character sheet immediately. Then you can go to your inventory and add that currency to what you currently have.
Oh, big roll in here. I don't think I've ever had this much gold. Out of character.
20
Obviously,
20.2
Varys has had a
inflation,
lot of
man.
money.
Okay, so off into the mine then. Well, once everybody's distributed their gold.
Should
You
be
all-
fun.
Punching
Which,
on.
actually, I'll ask Pelu. It probably won't even come up, but I don't suppose it'd be possible to borrow a pickaxe or two, just in case we are going underground.
Maldor just kind of looks at Lucor and goes, "You realize they're going to make us do that, right?"
Well, I imagine I can get you some pickaxes, no worries. Swings the door open. Thorvik! Thorvik! Yes, Pelu. 2 pickaxes, please, from the storage house. Thank you. Yeah.
Great talk of
Yeah.
that one. Must be
He
fun
hates us so
conversation.
much.
Pretty sure I recall all these dwarves carrying like war pickaxes.
Yeah.
Oh, the ones we're
Probably.
fighting, yeah.
We'll have unlimited.
Thorvik is one of my trusted assistant. I've known Thorvik for some time. A little bit gruff around the edges. Get Thorvik talking a little bit, he'll tell you he was a soldier once in a while. Long time ago. Thorvik comes in, drops 2 pickaxes onto the ground. As they fall down on the stone floor. There you are, Belu. Pulls out a pipe and begins to pack it. To go for a smoke. You good? Yes, of course, Thorvik. Thank you. Very much obliged.
Very little joy in that man's life.
I get the feeling he doesn't like you very much.
Well,
Or anyone, for that matter.
Well, that's fair.
Thorvik is rough around the edges, yes, but he's quite good company. On numerous occasions in this small little space here, drinking some wine, eating some nice cheese and bread. Thorvik is a quite delightful individual.
How
Understood.
did the staff, you know, the miners and everyone else come here? Were they sent here? Did they live here prior?
Oh, the history of the mine, is that what you're referring to?
the people who work it.
Well, see, the actual mine was here before the village. So Clan Elderfist dwarfs, as far as I know, that's what the when I signed the deed to this kind of the mine and to the field house and what was kind of already here. It was riddled with dwarvish dialect, and there was a few names of different families of dwarves in Clan Alderfist. And, well, as far as I could tell, they had put themselves into quite a hole with their finances. They had little to no coin to go with. They were hoping to strike rich, find mithril or some sort of large deposit of gold. They even headed really far south. This wasn't the only operation that they decided to build. In fact, there was a smaller mine that they were starting to make towards the south side of the bluff here on this western kind of the bay, I would imagine. So the southern of the bay, towards that bluff side. With that, the people were already here. The miners and the village folk. They had built the community themselves, and of course, had Stilor Kolvas, the family there. They had great ties with the mine and some of the past families that made that mine. Well, they stayed and they wanted to assist them, and the village really took care of themselves. They formed their own community. There was no need for any sort of operator of the mine. They were willing to go in themselves and extract their own goods. And the difficult process was not necessarily them working in the mine and continuing what they've been doing. It was actually trying to sell the goods. They didn't have logistics. They didn't have the business side of it all. So they essentially would find this iron ore and they would find gem deposits and things, and well, they would just sell them to traders that would work themselves all the way here, and they would buy them at a fraction of what they can get if they just simply put them into wagons and they got them through the valley towards the holy city of Athena. Simply put.
And why do you suppose some miners who go on these caravans are staying in Othima?
Well, I offer a very large sum of coin. So the Frosthorn Valley is quite treacherous, as well as the pass. It is not uncommon that the caravans just simply get stopped because one of them breaks a wheel or some creature lurks within the wood, the forest, and evergreens, and they come down from the mountains. Is a great number of them. And the payment that I provide these miners is a hefty sum of 300 gold pieces each. They are willing to attend these caravans. I elect 3 individuals as we send 3 of these wagons out, 3 of the stagecoaches. And I have 3 of them there. And then, of course, if anybody else would like to come, I have a lower dividend of gold. It's significantly less. And so, well, it tends usually just to be 3 individuals randomly selected, and they're willing to take that coin. And I have an arrangement made with Commander Rengla Uku that coin will be provided upon delivery. So that's not necessarily that it will return. It's gold that's taken off of what we deliver, right? So Commander is going to provide coin to a treasury of sorts within Fort Frostbeard for us. It's dedicated purely for us, and so that pool of gold is actually pulled from to pay them. So with them not returning, obviously that's a problem. We need the stagecoaches. Obviously, we need those, and that's when, of course, I get to the business of electing more individuals to go get them, and it creates a vicious cycle, if you will, people. But I put on a smile and I say everything's all right. Everything's going to be fine. Does
You're
that
a
answer
brave
your
man.
question? Oh, I am brave. Yes, I am. Brave indeed.
I believe that does answer the question.
Well, you all best get a move on.
Yeah, don't want to get too dark.
I need this healer's hands right. Don't let them get harmed.
Wouldn't
He has to.
We'll surely try.
Appreciate it. All right, farewell.
Into the
I will-
lines.
Pick up one of the pickaxes, I suppose.
Grab one of the pickaxes on the ground.
I'll begrudgingly also.
So, okay, hold on. So it's literally... That's funny. So Lucar and Baldur, you're grabbing the pickaxes.
I'm not sure anybody else could lift them.
That's funny.
I mean,
I know I
I could probably lift it. That'd be about it.
Well, that's fair.
I can't hit anything with it.
Yeah, my -1 to strength wouldn't help me very much.
Yeah, my 10 strength isn't really that great either.
It's sad. The wizard's stronger than me.
I went ahead and just put them in your inventory just so that they're placeholder that they're there in case you ever need to use them. So,
Roger.
all right, so you all begin to head out.
Into the mine.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and activate the mine map just to kind of give a refresher of the fact you're going through. This is just half of the map, right? And you're kind of going towards the back end. I won't go into the details, right? Because we've been here kind of before. Just kind of an update in some of the inner workings of the hustle and bustle that is happening. A lot of the miners themselves are looking upon you, right, and kind of locking eyes and kind of looking and following you along as you kind of go down the stretches. Now almost recognized a little bit more the presence that you've been here. You've definitely dealt with this, and now you're going back. Some of them are kind of like give a small little clap, a little bit of a fist bump upwards, and they get right back to work. And then they have potentially people that are willing to go to bat for them in a way. As you continue going through, you come to that section where the mining rails actually just end, right? You have that stoppage, and you come towards the back end, and you have that new tunnel that's been built, and then you come upon two guards. There's actually the guard figures that you've seen, both holding lanterns. One of which is actually just kind of sitting upon the ground. The other one's smoking a pipe currently, and just kind of like sitting there next to where the barricade has been kind of formed, and it's still there. And then they look over in your direction, immediately kind of snuffs out the pipe and picks the other one up, and they kind of pick themselves up, and they kind of just look in your direction holding the lanterns up. And eventually you come within space. You're in the light as it comes, right? And you're kind of facing that light as you're coming through, and in the actual kind of cavern, that smaller, I wouldn't say big, but decent sized cavern before you get to the tunnel that goes where we had that fight. So it's essentially where those that one particular individual, the other miners, the half, right? So those were there at one point. Now it's the guards that are there. One of which
I see the guards have arrived.
One of which
Finally.
speaks. It's a human. Seems to be having kind of hazel eyes and kind of a fair complexion, gruffled beard. It kind of unravels. There's a little bit of gray as well, so showing the weather. And then has kind of like a hat on that kind of comes down. I don't know if you know what a Ushanka is, but that's very reminiscent of what this is. Where you have like the cuffs that are coming down, right, in the wool kind of hat that encompasses the head. It looks
Okay, yeah.
yeah,
The one your babushka wears.
yeah. It kind of holds up the lantern and you're here.
Yes, we are.
Everybody.
Has there been any activity?
No, no one's came through. They haven't heard
Have
anything.
you heard anything? Nothing?
No, we haven't heard anything. We put this barricade back up after we're exchanging shifts. Those ones have been, I don't know if you passed them on the way through. Allison and the crew, they're here all night. So they're coming back, exchanging, getting some rest and some food, and then we're going to get some more guard up here. So.
Okay.
So Allison explained a little bit, talking to Pelu, that there was a deal made.
Yes, we are here to vanquish your enemies.
Or resolve the situation, however you want to put it, but yes.
Right. Okay. We're not involved in that, right?
Oh, you're going first.
What? No. Looks. You
No.
see the dwarf is the one that was sitting down, kind of picks himself up, and kind of has this auburn beard that comes down, and quite young with the bluish eyes, and has kind of like a cloak on right at the head. Kind of holds his lantern up. This is what I fucking get paid for, right? I don't pay to die. Look, listen, we were told by Allison that we would not be involved in this.
No, Maldor just
Yeah.
has a twisted sense of humor.
Yes.
We're not involved in the deal.
If you do not wish to fight, why are you serving as a guard? What do you think guarding entails?
Well, it would.
How much combat have you seen?
We haven't seen any combat. Wait,
This village is doomed.
Easy, just stick them with the point.
Revan, you killed a rat once. Yeah, I did. I killed a rat.
A large rat.
It was like a dog-sized rat.
Not nothing.
Came at me once.
How about,
God,
What about bar
Matt, if
fights?
we brought these guys in there, it would just be our problem.
Oh, they are of no use to us.
We put out bar fights. We just walk in there, we yell, and we break them up.
You yell. Are you good at yelling?
Ah! That good?
Oh, come on, do it with your chest.
It's quite awkward. Everything echoes. Listen,
Show your war face!
Ah!
Needs work.
Good enough.
Roll an intimidation check for a dragon roar.
So,
Just kidding.
are you ready to go? We'll move the barricade and we'll wait for you.
Yes.
Sure.
Once we get in,
Yes.
seal it back up until we reappear.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
And don't open it until you hear the safe word, avocado.
What is an avocado?
Exactly.
The reason I don't own a home.
That's
Roll
fine.
for millennial.
Roll for millennial. Gotta get that avocado toast. Come on.
No
I
reason
know,
to
I'm craving
own
it
a
right now. I need my
Craving
fix.
it. Need my fix. All right. So barricades removed. You head through the tunnel. You come into the caravan, and it from just observing, we don't need to go to the map. There's really no reason to cycle to the map and get tokens. But coming into that space, immediately you recognize that the creatures, right, that you had fought, right, they died there, right. Immediately you recognize that they're no longer there.
Does it look like they were dragged into the tunnel that we
And you're
went down?
seeing, and you see the drag marks amongst the
Yeah.
boot prints of the guard. And the drag marks are going through the small tunnel that you had gone through and then stopped and turned back after an hour or so of travel.
I don't suppose there's. I mean, I don't even know if there's actually a way of telling this. Is there any way of telling you how recently these drag marks were done?
So that it seems as though the drag marks, just by your passive investigation or passive perception, they seem to be fresh, right? Given that in time situation of when you've been here last, it actually hasn't been that great deal of time. That had to have been between that time frame, but it's too difficult to tell because it's intermixed with the boot prints of the guard and these creatures, and then you have the drag marks. So it's almost as if this happened. They dragged them through the tunnel, and then the guard came in and just trampled all over the stuff.
Nice.
So if you want to take
Amateurs.
an active roll, you can. You can try rolling active investigation or perception if you want to try to get a time frame of this. Difficult to
I
tell.
mean-
There's no water, right? There's nothing survival wise like tracking. That's what's tough in an environment such as this. There's not a lot to go off of.
I mean, I'll definitely try, although I'm not very good at it. See?
You're privately rolling.
Well, I rolled 7, so.
Okay. Well, thanks for being honest. So there's a way I can have it revealed to myself, but I don't want to go through that route. So as you take the investigation and you're trying to figure it out, it's too difficult to tell. It's too challenging. You can get with a 7, just kind of actively doing it. You notice that the carts themselves that are kind of around, they have been moved potentially by the guard. So they've been kind of put together by the guard, kind of shoveling them away. And it's almost in a sense that they're going to try to form maybe a barricade with them into that tunnel, right? They kind of suggested that, or they were going to do that. So they shoveled them over to the eastern side of that caravan, or that cavern. And it kind of in anticipation that they might need to put it up together.
I think anthropologically we can assume that these are not just like a savage, race of
Yeah.
beings.
we
They
got
care
that.
about their dead, so
I think we got that with the combat though, where they were trying to divide us up and all that good stuff.
Yeah. The good news is if they were planning on staging an ambush here, they probably wouldn't have taken the time to drag the dead very far. So they likely retreated. So
and if they care about their dead, then it's likely they may want to avoid more.
Potentially.
In the tiny tunnel we go.
Yes, I suggest last time we traveled for at least an hour with seeing nothing but tunnels, so we should probably
Yeah.
travel as quickly as possible until it opens up into something that could be more than a tunnel, and then perhaps try and be a little more cautious.
All right. So delving in again, it's low stature, so you're having to some of you right get down, and you're navigating through that, and obviously it's great width. As soon as you come in, you can see that the boot prints themselves. You see the drag marks. They're continuing. They're kind of entrenched. You're also noticing that the potentially metal of the weapons and the armor that these individuals were carrying have struck into the sides of the tunnel, and suggesting that they are a great number, and they've kind of put using the width and dragging them, and so you're noticing there's scrape marks against like fresh scrape marks against the actual rock, right, of metal kind of chiseling it, and so there's little bits of debris now of the rock itself, and you come to that point as you're traveling the hour or so, and you have yet to see anything, which does not surprise you, right? Keeping your eyes alert, keeping your passives, you're saying, okay, we're going to be intercepted in this tunnel. Is there anything in front of us? You've yet to see anything. Won't get into the dark vision stuff based on the fact that I know a lot of you don't have dark vision, but you can get that information from Zeph or from another party members. They're kind of filling it to you. At
Given how long it was, I was going to wait till
that's what I figured. And half an hour later, as that passes by, I'm going to advance the time clock. You don't really have any relation of what time it currently is, just because there's no sun to work off of and other sorts of factors. You're really just going off of, hey, it's been this amount of time. It kind of feels like I'm getting hungry, like it's lunchtime, right, noonish. And you come and see that the tunnel itself begins to kind of now curl and start to kind of open up and climb a little bit. And then the visible light kind of hits you. That there is this glowingness of green front, and then there's the shallow orange that's kind of moving and shifting in the distance. That's when I'm going to go ahead and activate this particular map based on the fact that you're still off the map here in a distance, so you're still in the actual tunnel itself, and you're kind of coming to, and then the light is now bright enough, created from these green kind of flames as you're coming. You're still in the shadows, you're still in the inner workings there, and you can see figures, you can see the shadows and the things in front, and then a lot of the lighting itself is bright enough you can actually see the things. That's why you particularly have vision in this regard. Then the orange is coming, and then there's the sounds of this rumble as the rumble itself begins to kind of slowly move. Happens in intervals of every 10 to 12 minutes or so, as you're kind of now sitting down and just observing and watching. And from looking at the orange and the way that it is and the heat that is here and is generated, that this is potentially lava flats, that you can make that definitely that check and be like, this is some subterranean area. We're here, we get the feeling of heat, of bubbling, of spurting potentially, right? And then the rumbles as well as the lighting. Like this has got to be that. Now, I'm going to go into the description of the particular area, so you have kind of an idea of what you're looking at as you're kind of coming to. But I just want to ask, is there anything anybody is doing in particular kind of off map as you're still lurking in the shadows and doing that?
As soon as I saw that we were like opening up, I would signal everybody to like stop so we can take stock of what's going on and figure out, so we don't just keep walking.
Yeah, I would have done my share dark vision.
Okay, you're gonna give everyone dark vision.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna cast mage armor.
Also, my character will, Zeph will ask this out loud. Like, who do we think would benefit most from having a little extra going first if a scuffle comes out?
Oh, but not twice.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize if it targeted me or not.
I got it.
Because I didn't. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. What'd you say?
Who would probably go gain the most benefit from going first in combat? Because I can help with that.
I don't really have any AoE spells yet, so I'm not a priority. So probably our best frontliners would benefit the most from going first.
So Tegan or Sullivan?
Yeah, well, probably Maldor because he can also position the echo. So
Let's do Maldor then.
Nice. Does that happen automatically, or do I need to just roll initiative with
It
advantage?
should be automatic. At least that's
I guess we'll see.
No, so Vigilant Blessing and the mechanics of that will have to be manually done.
Okay.
The advantage on the effect to give someone else advantage as an effect that's applied as a flag is too difficult to tell currently with the setup I have. So it's
Makes
better
sense.
just to roll it twice. If it's an effect that you have and it's like a passive thing, it works. But if it's someone's trying to give you, it just can't seem to figure it out.
Okay.
But yes, you do have it, so you have advantage there, Mulder.
Cool. Okay, so this, I'm assuming that we can kind of see some of this as we walk into the edge. The sort of bridge over the lava, is that at elevation? Is that like if you stepped off the side, you would fall into lava, or how is
Yeah,
that?
so we'll get into that description, giving you the opportunity to kind of prep a little bit, and now you're continuing to creep up, and that's where I'm going to describe what you're kind of seeing in front of you. So after obviously the travel, right, the tunnel walls, they kind of begin to rise increments of 5 feet for every 10 feet. So they're kind of climbing. Eventually the tunnel opens up into a very large cavern with a ceiling height of about 310 feet. Now, given the dark vision of what you have, you can make that definitely that kind of that working of the fact that these stalagmite kind of and other structures, they extend from the ceiling, kind of reaching down, and they're of different variety and shapes as they're kind of smashing into the ground there. Some smash into the cavern floor, kind of providing support and structure to the cavern. And then about 200 feet below are lava flats. So this particular structure, this geological structure, seems to be an area where the lava is kind of eroding it, right, and kind of moving it and eroding it over time. And it's naturally formed kind of a bridge of sorts with an inlet or some kind and a bridge on the other side. As you can see that the cavern ends in the distance of the east of this map. And you can see that there's another potential bridge, these structures and other shadows of tents and other stalagmites, they kind of subside a little bit as the cavern kind of domes and then smashes down. Now, in the direction of north and south, even with the dark vision and having the visible light, it continues into the lava flats for dramatic amount of distance. So you can't really get any sort of visible spectre of how far that goes, perceptions of how far that goes. It just continues in those directions. And it seems to be quite hot the further you go out, as the spitting is and the bubbling is kind of exploding outwards at times. Now, based on the actual cavern height and then this, you essentially are 110 feet below the ceiling of the cavern. Okay, does that make sense? So it goes from the lava flats to the ceiling, that's 310. So you're 110 as the distance is 200 feet down from the land bridge, from the geological structures in front of you you're currently going to be walking or potentially proceeding on. Yeah. So these dancing green flames, they can be seen to the east within these metallic braziers, and there's definitely the same figures that you've noted. They're kind of talking and being robust and loud about them, and they're kind of shifting their weight nearby. They're wearing their armor, they're wearing their weapons. Many are eating rations, right, kind of funneling food into their mouths as they're sitting. Some are sitting on kind of stools, others are just on the ground, some are just standing. And what's ever kind of familiar about those green flames, as soon as you look to them, they're very similar to the same flames that you observed in Peluri's field house, same rocks and the same green light that you've seen. And suggesting that no there were suspicions or anything, but just maybe a connection between where Pelu, kind of where the rocks originated from in these depths of the subterranean. How do they get light here without producing kind of smoke? How do they get heat without producing smoke in such a kind of a stingent area? So There are 2 bricked and somewhat craggly stone towers. So they stand about 10 feet tall before a small encampment filled with black canvas tents. It does not, unsure of what the material is. There's two like jail cell like kind of looking objects. Nothing, you don't see shadows with them. Nothing that you can represent that's inside of them. And then there's a central canvas tent that's slightly larger and it's pitched high to a potentially like kind of a height about 12 or so feet. And that itself is quite grand and large. The towers, I do want to note, is that they are chiseled stalagmites. So they are actually just protrusions that they've kind of chiseled down and honed in. And they're really only 10 feet tall. There's no cranial, so there's no like cover or anything. They're just kind of more like platforms. There's 2 particular figures that are upon them, and they have crossbows, and they're just looking in the direction of the tunnel. There's sentries just staring in the single pathway that gets to that point. The rest of the kind of the how long this map continues. You imagine about 60 to 80 feet off the actual map to the east is where it kind of slams into the cavern wall in that distance. So that is barely it.
And those 2 black pillars, is that shadow cast by stalagmites behind the tent?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. So those are ones that go all the way to the ceiling.
And just to refresh my memory, the last time we fought these guys in the cavern, some of them were invisible, right? And they turned invisible.
You're correct. They seem to have properties to be able to become invisible, and then they were,
I can help with that.
So Maldor's going to turn to Varys and just say, how close do you need to be to deal with the threat?
A deal of threat? Let me think for a second. 120 feet.
Check spell this.
Yeah. I can do damage from 120 feet away.
Excellent.
Which means I can do damage from where I'm standing.
That's what I was hoping.
Is that just to be clear? We think that's the only solution, right? We're not missing anything.
I'm not necessarily suggesting we attack right away, but I don't want.
Probably is.
It looks like that way. My initial assertion is that there is 0 chance that we can sneak up on these people. There is 1 point of ingress, and it is being closely watched. And myself and the dragon are not particularly subtle.
And unfortunately, I don't have any invisibility spells that could get us all through.
I don't want us to be caught on the other side or even on the bridge. I would like those of you who can deal with things at range to stay back towards the opening of the bridge.
Also, just an idea, something. If I hit them from here, maybe we can bait them onto the bridge and fight on our terms rather than theirs.
Indeed, I would like to use it as a choke point. Myself and Lucar can block access across the bridge, allow you to deal damage relatively safely from a distance, and prevent them from attacking us more than a few at a time.
Well, if y'all get ready, just say the word, and I'll throw some arcane missiles over there.
Second question, then. Who would benefit most from seeing invisible foes?
Someone who's staying in the back, I would say, to make sure that you do not get ambushed. Because if they were to hide someone, it would be smart to hide them near the entrance and try and entrap them on the bridge. That is what I would do.
You could do it on yourself. If you want.
I mean, I'll go with whichever seems the most prudent. I'm not the best strategist, but...
Are you attempting to use see invisibility? Is that what you're stating? Okay.
Yeah.
I believe that is just for yourself. I do not believe you can cast that on another person.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's just for you. There's no stating of one creature or one party member or anything like that.
That's weird.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Doesn't mean that you could cast on yourself and then tell your friends where they're at and be able to communicate that.
Yeah, even if they can't see it, knowing that they're there is huge.
And so the one thing that I will state that I have seen, this is a little bit meta, but I have seen this kind of combination happen. See invisibility to the light spell. So if you can see invisibility, you can have the fixation of target, and you can attempt to light them up, and that allows them to be, even though they're not, it's not like a fairy fire in a way that they're kind of in the shimmering, but you can see that the origin source of light, and that itself is enough to be able to kind of bypass invisibility.
You pretty much just need a straight line to where they are.
But you don't know.
Yeah.
These creatures could function. Their invisibility can function just like what you have familiar with over the arcane divine spells. Maybe like you can imagine that. How long could they actually sustain this invisibility? It seemed like they could do it for a decent amount of time, but they never took any sort of combat actions or any sort of like things against you all, and revealed themselves from that. So it's tough to say.
All right.
So
Well,
if you would like, we can attempt. I can attempt to parley with them, but I would suggest I be in the front, and I fully suspect it won't go well.
Yeah, I don't think. I think since we went in there and killed them, I don't know how much.
I
How
mean, we
much
just
they want to negotiate.
They care about their dead, so a good threatening action might get us a talk.
I mean, if it comes up, I mean, we just tell the truth. They were definitely moving in to attack us. What were we supposed to do? Be taken prisoner?
I just don't think they'll care.
Probably, but it's worth if it comes to that.
I'm
You
willing
know.
to give them the option to negotiate. I have no desire to needlessly slaughter them. I just fully expect
No.
that is what it will come to.
Also, the other problem is Tegan is the only one that speaks their language.
I believe one of them spoke common after a bit, didn't it? After we got
Yep.
them talking.
They can speak common. They showcase that they can speak a language that I don't think any of you have familiar with. They can speak Dwarvish, and they also can speak common.
Oh, okay. I thought they only spoke Dwarvish in that other language.
Yeah, I don't think he started speaking common until like they started attacking us or something.
Correct.
I'm gonna go ahead and do see invisibility on myself then, just in case.
So,
All
if
right,
you all
Melmor,
have,
here we
if
go.
you've all kind of decided that, so we're having we're going in to have a conversation. We're going to try
We sh-
diplomacy first.
My plan is to stop, hold on, let me count it up. Around 60 feet from them, maybe a little bit further. I don't want to cross the bridge fully.
Can I? I mean, can I also check the? Oh, actually, you can't really check for traps from a distance, really. So
No, you have to be within some reasonable account. However, if you are a rogue or you're proficient with these tools and setting up traps and things, there are leniency with trying to feel like how logical would it be to have a certain type of trap in like this particular area. Does that make sense? So,
yeah.
like knowing there's no anchor points really, and it's all flat, and there's no real place to hide. How kind of what traps would be kind of accessible, but unfortunately, you do not have a rogue, and you have nobody proficient with these tools. So
Come on, Captain Killian. We need
Captain
you.
Helion runs
They
through.
should have probably, yeah.
I'm here. No,
Yeah, no, so my plan, and I would communicate this to the party, but just for the sake of making it obvious, I want to stop around 60 feet from them, just so that like I'm not making it super easy for them to shoot me. I recognize they still could, but I don't want it to be like I'm going to walk up and give them my face, but close enough that they can see us and we could shout or talk, on some level.
Yeah, you're trying to get within their visible range potentially of how they can see, and then
Yeah.
you want to be kind of out there a little bit, but far enough away that they couldn't charge at you.
Right.
Right. I got you. Okay. So the plan in order and the way that we all want to get through this, we'll go ahead and take an early break, because that's probably the best time to take a break before we get into the thick of it and what happens and what comes of it. So if you're watching the stream, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're going to be taking a 10-minute break or so we'll come back just a little bit before, hopefully, 1 p.m. PST, maybe a little after, depending on what questions and those sorts of things during the break. And so hopefully for watching, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We'll be back.
I need
All right, welcome back. Watching. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're coming back to the second half of the session here. So it sounds like the party you all have kind of made what we're doing here. So although you're going to be stepping up here for a little bit of diplomacy, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I just looked at everyone else like, arrange yourselves as you would. Stay back. Lucar and I will hold the choke. Just kind of approach slowly, as unthreateningly as possible. I would stop about there, I think.
As soon as
I
you
would
stop, voices begin to emanate out, particularly from one of the sentries of the northern tower. Begins to yell out, begins to kind of yell out. You hear the sounds of a horn being blown as it begins to echo out throughout the cavern, the chamber. They begin to kind of pull themselves to.
Stay your weapons! I bring news from above.
No one speaks. You just hear shuffling of metal and other.
I know that you speak our language. I wish to speak to someone who can speak for all of you. No one else needs to die.
They all begin to move into a battle formation at the tower.
Maldor now?
Hold.
Funneling themselves, they get into a formation. No one speaks. 2 crossbows from the towers are raised, pointed towards you. The rest have shields and war picks as they brace themselves, forming phalanx, interlocking themselves together.
All right, if I move up a bit.
Yeah, I mean you were not initiative, not in order.
Yeah.
Like I just moved. I moved all those. All those Grey Dwarfs there. Tegan is going to be parallel to you, Willow, for this potential engagement, right? Because essentially ranged. They do run into melee, so most likely we'll probably split between you, Varys, and you, Zep, before we get into combat here. Time goes by.
I suspect you feel the miners from above have encroached on your territory. They have no quarrel with you. It is only the ore they are interested in for a much larger enemy above. There is no need for conflict. Can anyone speak for you?
Exiting out of the tent flap is a hooded figure, black robes, holding a small, crooked, ashen mushroom stalk as a walking stick. Its eyes pure white, its flesh withered, rotten, and decayed. It begins to shovel itself. Pushing past, it comes just in front of the two between the towers, holding itself against the tower a little bit, the other side of the stick. It just kind of looks in your direction. Looks up towards the tower. You see the eyes of this one glow white, and a voice emanates that's not its own. You come to die? Yes.
If it is my day to die, I will accept it gladly, but I will not go alone, and I feel that it is unnecessary.
I am confused. What is it that you hope to accomplish?
We were sent into the tunnels above to deal with what the village thought was an incursion upon them. We did so only after your side attacked us first. We would like to find a peaceful solution to this problem. Understand that if we do not rectify this situation peacefully, those who live above are more than willing to send the entire might of their military down here to clean out any obstructions. But I do not believe that needs to happen.
Silence yourself. Your threats mean nothing down here.
It is not a threat, it is simply an
Oh,
observation.
it is a threat. Observations.
You will know if I threaten you.
So
what is it
quick to
that caused
anger.
you? What? What is it that caused you to attack the people above? Have they stumbled into your territory, or are you simply trying to expand into theirs?
The dealings of Clan Stonefist are not for surface dwellers.
The business seems to be intertwined when people on both sides have died, whether you like it or not.
Those who have perished in the might of Clan Stonefist fighting for the crown and for Prince Grawl died with honor, and they will be given proper burial for their service.
What does this Prince Grawl want?
That is for only the most trusted of the few, and you are not. We do not fear. You are coming down here.
Understand that we are simply a scouting party. We are not here to represent the full force that we brought down. I believe an arrangement can be made. All the surface dwellers want is access to mine ore. If that is problematic for you, perhaps a deal could be struck. Perhaps you could establish trade.
Etty. So simple-minded. Can't think 3 steps ahead of you, can you? Moves over to the next one, looks towards the southern one. Southern one, eyes closed. The other one kind of pulls and begins to blink, putting the crossbow back. This other one begins to speak in the same voice, with eyes of white. I will tell you what. If you leave now, pulls out the robe and grabs a small, crooked dagger. I won't cut off your fingers and your toes. And maybe what you keep near and dear between your legs.
I raise my hand and glance slightly back to Varys, and Maldor just snaps his finger.
Yep, I'm gonna shoot magic missile at the guard in the tower with the crossbow.
Alright, I need everyone to roll initiatives.
Yeah.
You have advantage, right, Maldor?
Wow, these rolls.
Yeah, I was trying to roll it again, but it won't. Do I just roll a separate d20?
Just
'Cause it won't let me
roll a d20, just separate. Yep. You can hold down Alt, and sometimes it works, but again, it can't compute assigning it. It's really tough. So
That's much better.
Yes.
That's a 19, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Considerably better than 6.
okay.
Why is a treasure young? Oh wait, that's why. Never mind.
Come into combat for the first round. Willow, before you unleash your spell, reaching your hands upright, you see this robed figure carrying the dagger. Quickly moves and rotates, taking cover behind the tower as the voice emanates outwards from the one towards the south. You fools will die then, and I will eat you. It's the end of its turn. There's your
It's like a diabolical Yoda.
Well, I want to look at Maldor real quick and be like, its head is mine.
Ratio.
You see me just clap my hands together and spawn 3 missiles and just tap them to shoot them off.
Go ahead and target and fire away. So my first one, 2 points. 3 coming off. Okay. And 3. Nice.
Dude, I love these effects.
Yeah, they're so cool.
That was super cool. Yeah, so the library is broadening and the effects are there, and sometimes they do crash, sometimes there are issues, but it's so worth the struggle sometimes. Like the way that they come out is so cool. So as the missiles fire outwards, coming outstretched 1, 2, they're kind of arcing through the air, they're kind of bright right, and they kind of flash outwards. They're streaking across. And slam into the one with the cross as it takes the blows to the shoulder, one to the leg. They're kind of lacerating and skimming, not necessarily going through and puncturing. Kind of braces themselves, and they continue to hold their posture.
That's all I got. Now my turn.
Okay. And in your turn, we now come to one that kind of formed the phalanx position at the center. This one is going to raise the kind of war pick in the air and immediately start banging on the shield and yelling outwards. And all of them in unison are now banging on their shields.
Did Taken roll?
No, apparently not. I thought I had rolled them, but let's get a roll. All right, that's a 17 on the roll, so they're gonna go later. That's good. Thanks for reminding me. I thought I rolled all, but apparently I only rolled for the NPCs. So Mulder,
All right. So I'm just going to look to Lucar and just say, hold the line, and look to the back and say, keep your eyes out for the invisible ones. And I'm just going to take the dodge action.
Yeah, but definitely keeping an eye out.
I didn't mean to do that. My bad.
Is there a way for me to do that, or is it just
Yep, I got you right there.
Okay, cool.
I will assign the effects. It's easier for me to do it, to assign the effects, but there are a few predetermined effects that I've created or built into the module that I can give to you. One of them is dodge. So.
And I put my hand on your shoulder to gesture for you to step back like 1 step.
Yeah, I can do that. No, I'm just going to end my turn.
Continuing to bang on the shield, none of which are making any movements as they end their turns. I'm going to also take into the dodge for each of those that have went. Now come to Tegan. Tegan's going to go 10 feet, moving north. East there. I'm going to check range here. I don't think they have a whole lot of range to be able to do anything. So I think everything is pretty much 60 feet they have in their vocabulary. They are too far away to be able to do anything. So Tegan is going to be taking the dodge as an action, kind of maintaining the position, staying with you here, and then it's going to be using a bonus action to do Bardic Inspiration. Upon doing Bardic Inspiration, it's going to reach out towards Maldor, who's at the front there, and it's going to give the inspiration to you. It's a d6. Okay. Gives you a thumbs up, plays the war gong. Dun, dun. You got this! Why not? Alright, ending turn. So we're going to cycle through these turns as we come to the one that is now kind of towards the southern tower. This one here at the southern tower is grabbing onto the crossbow, has it, and then fires off a bolt towards you, Maldor. Disadvantage, it comes through. It's going to be a 5. Kind of veers off. Kind of flying off into the distance, kind of crashes into the cavern wall. It's at the end of its turn. Makes no movement there. Put the dodge on the wrong one. This one to the north. But they're both taking dodge as we cycle through. They're grouping themselves together. Now coming to the one on the top. Another bolt coming towards you, so they fire away. Aim towards you, Maldor. You being in the front center, the one speaking, they're aimed towards you. That one is going to hit you at disadvantage. 18 lands, deals 6 points of piercing damage as it goes skimming through your right side of your leg. Press through. At the end of its turn, Lucar, you're up.
I am going to Shield of Faith myself. I think that's it.
Okay.
Yep.
Ending turn. You see that they make no movements across, still banging onto the shields, taking dodges. They continue to form their phalanx. Even the ones at the front are not pushing forward. Zeph, you're up.
All right. Quick question. Something like Moonbeam, which is 5-foot radius. Can you target more than one creature if you put it between them, or does it have to be in one square?
So the Moonbeam is going to form a template like this. And then the way that the squares work, depending on, you're going to have to keep it snapped to a space just because it is the square shape. Given the way that they're positioned in space, especially in the way that you're interpreting their movements, you can potentially cast the Moonbeam. Let's see what the range of the spell is. I think it's really far, actually.
Yeah, they're right near the edge.
120 feet is massive. You can probably throw
Yeah.
the Moonbeam onto the first two and then either have it forward in front of them or behind them, encompassing the squares behind. It's up to you, but that's going to fill that space that anybody goes through.
I mean, it's cool that I don't actually have to see everyone, so I'm going to try targeting these three.
So it's obviously
I
going
don't
to
know
roll.
what-
It does that
Yeah.
automatically as it comes through the roll. So we're going to do it obviously manually as we come through. Each of their subsequent turns. Okay. So you see as the pillar of light begins to extend down at just a point in the air as it forms now like a cylinder that smashes down. It kind of moves a little bit. This ethereal glow, this bluish kind of flames it spurts and kind of does. And it doesn't form necessarily a visible light source, but it definitely kind of has that little bit of a glow to it. And you can almost notice there's little particles of dust as they kind of go into it. They're kind of zapped a little bit by the flame.
And I'll probably go ahead and move up just a bit, but that should do it for my turn.
Okay, so as soon as the beam comes down, we now come to one of these turns. And then you notice that they're breaking phalanx. This one's running back towards a tent. It begins to grab. Seems to pull out at this point, grabbing onto that. And then moving subsequent 5 feet. Does not have the shield anymore. And the war pick is kind of put towards the back and has a crossbow. So it has now grabbed like a ranged weapon. Ending the turn there. In similar fashion, this one is going to do the same. Goes to a tent, grabs, and then is going to be moving a total back there and is aimed to get towards the tower. So they're going to be going towards the tower, these two with the crossbows. They're kind of grabbing onto them, grabbing ranged weapons. We now come to one of them that is inside of this space. So starting the turn there, I believe, triggers the effect. So we're going to go ahead and roll the save, and then if you want remaining to roll damage for 2d10, please. All right, 13. They are going to succeed on the save with a Constitution saving throw of 18. Taking 6 points of the radiant damage as they're singed. You don't hear any voice. You don't hear any sort of shuffling or anything. It kind of disappears behind the tower for a brief moment. And then stepping out of space, begins to move through and is going to be moving a total of 25 feet aimed towards the backside. So you can see this figure kind of waddling and running away at this point. And then is actually going to take the action to dash the entirety to get towards the large central tent.
So I thought it was out of range.
All right. Yeah, Betty. I thought it was out of range. Ah, runs back. Sure, it's unclear of where they're heading, but they're heading back. I mean, unclear of why they're heading back to the tent, but it's very clear now that they're heading towards the tent. So, Willow, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna step up just in case I need to be in, closer range here. But I think I'm still good. I'm gonna target this one with another barrage of missiles.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay, 4 points as it comes out. And it's a zap through the shoulder pads, through some of the chain, seeing links getting slashed off. Nice roll there. 5 points as it comes through. Punctures through one of the legs, kind of hitting bone. Kind of winces from the blow. Falls down a little bit. Additional 4 points of damage as it flies through. Takes the blow again, this time towards one of the shoulders. Still alive, but you notice there's multiple lacerations, wounds, and bleeding vigorously through some of those potential hits of the actual missiles.
And that'll end my turn.
All right, ending turn. Now come to one inside. Gonna roll a save here. Go ahead and roll damage. All right, 3 points of damage. They did fail it. This one is actually now going to step through. It takes 10 feet of movement speed to come through, so a total of 10 there, and then it's going to be moving the remainder of its movement speed to get to that point as it raises the shield and the kind of the pick and begins to move the pick towards the right and towards the left and towards the back and is yelling things at the same time. As it's doing that, it's going to take up its action as it seems to be directing commanding orders in a language that you all do not understand. Maldor, we can now come to you. Your dodge is ended.
So Maldor just reaches down, pulls the bolt out of his leg, drops it, and says, "Is that the best you can do? This is not going to end well for you. Your illustrious leader has fled the field of battle. Are you still confident this is the right decision?" And he's just going to take the dodge action again.
Okay. All right,
And that'll end my turn.
Okay. Go ahead and roll damage. For the moonbeam. Oh, did they go get their food?
No, yeah, almost.
Almost. Nice. Nice roll. 14
Going
points
up
of
and
damage.
down.
Yeah, 14 points of radiant damage. You see multiple bits. You hear kind of a kind of yell outwards, and is simply going to fan out into space as they're kind of separating outwards of their stride. We now come to Tegan. Tegan is going to be moving, kind of staying towards the back. We're going to move 10 feet there, just sidestepping just slightly, and then is going to be taking the dodge as an action, just because they don't have any sort of range capabilities at this range, and kind of sticking with the rest of the party. And then it's going to be using a bonus action to throw off another Bardic Inspiration towards Lucar, who's on the front lines as well. That was you, good job. And start. All right, we come to one on the southern tower. This one is going to fire off another bolt, still kind of focused upon you, Maldor. So another bolt coming out. Is it reloaded? Firing away. Disadvantage. That's going to be 14, which misses, lands towards your feet as it was a low shot. Kind of cresses and quickly goes and moves to reload the crossbow. Ending turn. Now come to another. They're beginning to kind of fan out and separate out, creating space. They're definitely very intelligent as they've recognized the pillar of light that's coming through. And they're kind of separating themselves out to make it difficult to land. Them all kind of grouped together in that space. As the orders are coming to, they're communicating, being intelligent. And for you, Maldor, it very much seems at this stage, as they continue to separate and move through, that they are not going to advance. They're now backpedaling rather than going forward, except for the one. Now come to the northern tower. This one is going to be firing a crossbow bolt as well towards you as it fires off. Comes to disadvantage, you dodge out of the way here. 6 is going to be a miss. It's a bad miss as it does. It veers, it's too high and lands towards the backside of the tunnel where you entered in. Lucar, you're up.
Okay. One second. Shit.
Creatures are very smart.
Question: the bridge we're on, is that single lane in the center the only one that's passable terrain?
So I have made this bridge in intention that it is single file in the sense that you need to go across one token at a time.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm.
Okay. I am going to step out, kind of brush past Maldor, two steps ahead here, 10 feet,
Yep, totally
to
fine.
bring that commander within 60 feet, and then I'm going to command him to come.
Okay.
This is a family-friendly stream mod, you know.
Oh no, no, we went there. No, we didn't. Oh no, that was too much. All right.
All right.
I don't know what just happened. Okay.
Yeah. So, well, you threw the spell out, and they had originally succeeded on the potential effect, but modifiers were wrong on the roll. I don't know why that happened. So I went ahead and so as we come to, the command is going to be successful here as you kind of come into using your effect. Now, something about command is that it's follow the command on its next turn. So it's not doing anything, but as you stretch your eyes glow with this white kind of effervescence, like just kind of penetrates through. And you become tunnel vision on them for a brief moment, and then they, in the same effect, their eyes glow and they lock eyes with you, and they interpret the command, and then your effect kind of ends, but there's lingers, and that's how you kind of know that the command has worked, and that they will approach you upon their next turn here.
I think that is all I can do. Although, can I split movement before and after action? Can I move
Correct.
back to my spot?
Yep.
Okay. I forgot about that. Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Done.
All right, ending your turn then. Come to another. Begins to separate in space. Ends turn. Not taking dodge actions anymore. They seem to be maybe holding their actions at this stage as they're kind of fanning out and looking, and they're attempting to take held there. We come to one here. This one is going to notice the kind of casting that you've just done, Lucar, and is actually going to come up right here, look towards the one, begin to speak, and then just stares, and there's no response, and it's like snapping back and forth. Zeph, you're up.
Okie dokie. Well, first I want to move the thing. Where to move it? I don't think I can see anyone else super well, technically, so I'll just go to the one up here.
Okay.
Alright. Then I'll pop out us. Oh, do I want to pop out? Oh, I can't really do anything else yet. So actually, no. Sorry, I keep bouncing around between things I can do. Yeah, I'll go ahead and pop out a spiritual weapon.
Okay. Right. Ending turn. There, as you pop out the spiritual weapon, it kind of appears on the bridge, and this ethereal kind of glow as it comes out, right? And we now come to one of these kind of gray dwarf, these Duergar, right? They come up the staircase, and they seem to kind of climb, it seems, like as they come up, they're kind of scooting themselves. So just at the edge of that kind of spell as it shoots down. It has a crossbow, but in order to get to this position, and as well as climbing up the stairs, it seems to be difficult terrain for them, as it's a very vaulted space. It's almost like a ladder in a way, like a stone ladder that are going up. That is a dash to get to that point. He's breathing heavy. He's getting the crossbow set up, and he just doesn't fire it on the turn. Now come to another. In same fashion, this one has to do the same thing after cressing through. It has to take the kind of dash to get up there and get ready with the crossbow. Something to note then, upon just observing the battlefield, Maldor, with your kind of backstory potentially here, is these creatures do not move as fast as you lot, and they're kind of cumbersome and things, which might be in suggestion of what their strategy is here, is to not approach and kind of use that, kind of fall into the disadvantage of that. This is the end of the turn. Now come to the robed one with the staff. or the kind of walking stick, it goes into the tent flap and disappears. All right, Willow, you're up.
All right. I mean, I can only really do one thing from this range. Let's see.
As long as you do that one thing well.
Oh. Yeah, we'll fire another set of missiles then. I'm okay at that.
All right, 4 points there. So it comes through, going through the stomach. This one's in the actual beam itself, so it's going to be pulled apart by the beam. 3 points of force damage for the second one. That is going to die. So you come through, it seems that it goes through the neck as it kind of splinters the neck, bone and flesh going to come out right. And you see the beam kind of pulling up the body for a brief moment.
Can I target another one with the third
Correct.
one?
Yep, so you choose your targets as you fire them. That's why we do them separately. We don't roll all at once.
Okay. Oh, my bad. I accidentally cast it with a slot.
It's okay, just put the slot back.
I didn't have any left, so it just didn't let me do it.
yeah, I gotcha. So you come through, 2 points dealt, comes through the shoulder. Just make sure your spell slots in your spell book are in order. But yeah, other than that, this one's still alive. You were able to kill one there in the northern tower. One of the ones with the crossbows. He does it, kind of his body's still kind of hovering, lifting up by the beam itself, and then the bolt kind of the magic missile kind of lands into the shoulder, and that one seems to be really unscathed.
That'll win my turn.
All right, we now come to the one that is commanded. It will take its turn to achieve this command. So in doing so, it is going to move up 25 feet to this point, and then it's going to be taking the dash to come to this point. That's its entire movement speed with action. As it does, it stops, and that, at the end of its turn, will end the command. So no longer will it be commanded, because the effect has ended. See
So
this
once-
look
Go
upon
ahead.
the face, right? Kind of looking side to side. Ah!
So behind him will appear the Echo. Boo! And he's going to take the shove attack and try and push this gentleman off the bridge.
Okay. So upon appearing, sees the boo, turns around, snaps. It's going to be rolling a check to oppose. Go ahead and make an athletics check, please.
Use the bardic inspiration.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was clicking the wrong button. There we go.
Yeah, so make sure you do athletics from your character sheet.
Right.
$20 is going to beat the 19 as you come through. Grab onto their shoulders, just slowly snapping, begins to fall. It tumbles down, shoved off. You hear the screams. Ah! Now he's beginning to fall. This is 200 feet down. Okay? I wanted to tell you right now that this creature most likely will be falling throughout the combat, and probably won't reach the bottom until the very end. So you're just hearing the yells as they begin to fall and move 5 feet off, just to kind of get them off the edge of the cliff, turn them to the side. As you're...
Can we find a sound effect for
The Wilhelm scream.
long,
I think I
long,
have-
with long, drawn out?
Hold on. One of these is a
falling scream.
One of these is a Wilhelm scream. There you go.
That's exactly the Wilhelm scream. That's perfect. Okay, and then the Echo is gonna take his movement. Actually, have I got? Yeah, I got him. And then Maldor is also gonna start to take his movement. He's gonna look back. He's like, "They mean to dig in. Move up on me, single file." And then I'm just gonna stop there.
Okay. Ending turn. This one originally taking cover here. It's going to sidestep just to get an angle of looking at what had happened. Then it's going to interpret that break formation, moving at a dashed form with the other side as they slowly turn and brace, grabbing shields and linking together as a dash action to do that. Ending turn. We'll come to another. It's going to be doing something similar. The dash action, they grab themselves together. We now come to Tegan. All right, so Tegan, let's see. Tegan is going to be sidestepping, moving 15 feet upwards. And then it's going to be moving an additional, let's say, 5 feet here. It's going to be using the Shatter spell. Upon doing so, aimed at the central targets. Shatter goes off. Hit on the ground spell, it might have been able to hit more if it's central back, but on the towers, the Shatter wouldn't actually hit, given that it's a 10-foot sphere, so they're kind of out of the actual range there. As it does land, 2 of the creatures succeed with 23s, another one fails with a 10, so at least 7 points of damage dealt. So not a whole lot, but the echo itself and the rock begins to shake and rumble from the actual detonation as such. And then, not to fill the space so no one can kind of go through, is going to take the remainder of its movement speed to go back and pedal in space. So it's just going to backpedal a little bit, kind of filling the space for others to kind of push forward. That is going to be the end of their turn. Similar fashion, this one's going to step up, see what's going on. The auditory, the beam as well, kind of looks in the direction of that. And it's going to backpedal just a little bit, yells out, rah, rah, rah. It's kind of grouping, kind of moving the arms violently together. Went through. What's happening here? All right, 1 second. Go backpedal. Okay. Somehow we went through the entire round there. We skipped everyone. That was crazy. Okay.
Chronergy Wizard.
I clicked probably a hotkey on my keyboard. Most likely went through. All right, so that one groups together, yelling violently, come and turn. We now come to one on the southern tower that has the crossbow. This one is going to be aimed towards the echo as it's seeing it kind of move forward. So now they're changing targets, potentially which one's kind of approaching forward. So the echo is being fired upon with the bolts. There's going to be a 5 which misses, crashing towards the feet of the echo as it begins to reload, ending turn. Now come to one towards the back as they're now kind of forming a line with the one that was yelling upwards. So they're forming 2 different lines in formation. Now we're going to cycle through to Lucar. So Lucar, it's your turn. We're in round 3.
Okay, I am going to... I think I'm just gonna move up, I guess, right behind Maldor. And, This bridge, the way that we're here, isn't a way where I could, like, queue up just a javelin throw action on this bridge, is it? With Maldor in front of me, especially since he's the... how tall? How many more inches than me? 4?
6.5.
Oh. Only 1.
So,
probably not. So
yeah, so queuing up a javelin throw, you can say I hold action to throw javelin. Right now you're definitely at disadvantage with the range if you throw any of the 3 targets in front of you. So if you're saying kind of hold action, it would be kind of pointless because you couldn't move right on your hold, and you'd still be disadvantaged anyways. So if you're going to aim towards the target, you do have line of sight towards the target to the right, which is this particular one. You do have line of sight of that one. You can throw your javelin at disadvantage if you want.
javelin range is only 30, right?
It's 30-120, so anything between 30-120 is a disadvantage, and then anything after 120 is an automatic failure. So.
Oh. Okay, yeah, I'll just chuck a javelin at the near death guy.
Yeah. So it's at disadvantage, right? Because it's kind of outside that range. Just hold down control, and hope for the best.
Control while I hit javelin.
Yep. It's for bardic inspiration. Use it. Do not. Throw it on. Ooh. Is that a... Oh, that's no good. 3's the roll. It took for... That's unfortunate disadvantage. The 3 is not going to land. As you kind of yeet a javelin, it kind of hits and just lands into the stone. Boom, begins to vibrate as it goes right into the stone to the left side of the one you're aiming at. To the right side of the one you're aiming at.
that's it.
Okay. Ending turn. Now come to this one. This one is going to fall back, goes into one of the tents, and it pulls out a large amount of javelins. As it does, it runs its remainder of movement speed, begins to hand them out. It begins to hand out all the javelins, holding the kind of a satchel-like backpack across, filled with a bunch of javelins on its back. Doesn't have it doesn't have a war pick anymore, but still has the shield. So it has a shield on, no war pick, and it just has javelins in the back, and is now handing them to the ones in front. Ending turn.
Real quick, how does the math on those attacks work? With like, I'm super confused at this interface.
Are you talking about in chat?
Yeah, like when you click on attack, like how do you? So like the Bardic Inspiration 1d6 with a 3, but how do I see the other roll?
Yeah, so you can see just by looking at the roll on the top, you see 2 plus 0 plus 5 plus 2 plus 1d6. This is because in Bardic Inspiration, it adds everything together, just tells you what the Bardic Inspiration roll is at the end. So your attack roll was 2. So your attack roll was 2, on disadvantage, right? So you had the worst of the d20s. Then you had your strength 5, your proficiency of 2, and then you had the d6, which was ended up being a 3.
Got it. Okay.
So we now come to the top side of the line formation as it is. This one is going to break formation, charging forward at the Echo. So going a little bit inching forward, going in for a Warpick strike towards it. It's going to be a nat 1. Right, maintains its posture as it strikes into the ground, was kind of going to either fall prone or off the side of the cliff, kind of balances itself off as it now raises the hand, kind of yelling to the rest to move up and hold the choke point. Zeph, you're up.
I think at the moment I will switch over the moonbeam over here to, since there's 2 archers up there, right? Or crossbow bearers, whatever.
There are currently 3 crossbow bearers. So everyone on the tower says
crossbows. One tower, I mean, sorry.
Yep. Yeah, so those 2 have crossbows.
Okay, yeah, so that's where I would do with that.
Okay.
And then for my... Wait, is that an action or a bonus action?
To move it is an action.
Oh, perfect then. So, bonus action then, I will move up and attack with the spiritual weapon to this guy.
Coming for a nice whack. Boom. Nice! 23! It's gonna hit. Comes across 9 points of force damage as you crash into the backside of the head. Yells out in common, "What the fuck is this?"
Alright.
Alright, ending turn.
Yeah, I forgot to move.
Yeah, go ahead and move. We'll go through. You can move where you want, and then I'll do the turns. Just keep the pace of the combat there. So everyone on the top side, the north side of the tower, this one with the crossbow now loaded, is now going to take a bolt and fire it towards the Echo. So they're definitely using kind of strategy first come, first serve here. That's going to be another nat 1. Keep track of how many nat 1s I've rolled. Is going to roll a 1 on the percentile die. As such, is going to trip, fall, is going to land prone off of the tower after falling off, and is also going to be incurring fall damage as they land prone. They take 5 points of bludgeoning damage. So you see the dwarf on the north side, fire, trip off of the rock, fall, land down. It's going to use the remainder of its movement speed to pick itself up. Brushes itself off. So not use the remainder, but use half of its movement speed, and then it's going to use subsequent 5 feet as it's kind of grabbing on the side of the tower, in essence to retreat, as it doesn't have any weapons. That was funny. I mean, it has the crossbow, but the crossbow's broken at that point, falling on top of it. I rolled a literal 1 on a percentile dice. That was so great. Okay, now we come to the one on the south side of the tower. Now within the moonbeam, as you kind of transition over, it's being pulled apart, so please roll damage. So 2d10. That is going to be an 18, so it does succeed on the throw, so only 4 points of radiant damage dealt. It is not going to attempt to get out of the space. It's kind of looking around, confused, still onto the actual tower. It's just going to fire off a crossbow that it has equipped towards the Echo, which is going to miss with a 7. It's going to end turn. Now come to the rogue
Dude, that
figure.
Echo is the real tank of our party.
Come to the rogue
It
figure.
never
The rogue,
gets hit.
rogue figure comes outwards, just holding the stick, revealing themselves. Doesn't seem to be changed. You're not sure what has happened or why they've gone in there. And they just slowly begin to use their dash, kind of coming into this space behind. They're now stretching and looking left and right. In this turn. All right, Willow, you're up.
The Echo has the blessing of Helm right now.
I'm not sure it's Helm.
I'm gonna
Somebody.
move to here, and then. Oof, this is a tough decision. I guess I'll just take the dodge action here, and then in my turn. Not really good range for me here without magic missiles.
Okay.
And that'll be it for me.
All right.
I didn't realize that was the one coming up in the turn order. That's great.
30 feet
All
down
right,
now.
so Maldor is gonna first just move up a bit. He's kind of inching along, just trying to give everybody behind him space and time to catch up. Then the Echo is going to make a shove attack on the one in front of him and gonna try and chuck him off the ledge.
Go and make the athletics check. I'll make an opposing. (21) is going to be successful as well. As you come through, they rolled a 16 athletics check. You go for a shove. This begins to slip off. So doing so is going to be falling. There's another one now is falling down.
All right. I hit the wrong button, I think. Oops, sorry about that. Unleash Incarnation is what I was attempting to do.
Okay.
So he is going to take, the Echo is going to take his movement. After just looking around and going, "You're all going to die down here." And he's going to attack the one that just fell on his face because he shot at him.
Okay. So this one does not have a shield, just because heavy weapons. It's kind of holding, looks, it's kind of holding the hands outward. 23 is going to hit.
Nice.
12 points of damage coming slashing through. This blade slices from right to left across its chest, splintering the armor and revealing bone. Begins to bleed heavily from the chest.
And I will end my turn.
All right, ending turn. This one slowly looking in the direction of the Echo, and is now going to take a swing with the war pick towards. It's going to be a 13, which misses. I believe they have an AC of 16, right?
It's either 16 or 14. Let me check. It is 16.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Echo's AC is 16, yep. So 13 is going to miss as it strikes through. Does not try to move its position necessarily, is just kind of sidestepping a little bit and kind of getting towards the backside and kind of yelling at the other ones to fire like javelins at it. So not kind of taking cover with it in a way is what you're kind of representing. It's almost like get out of the way of javelins being thrown a little bit, so sidestepping just a tad. Come to this one. This one is slowly going to come up and come towards the Echo here, coming for a swing. 21 is going to hit the Echo. So it's 4 points of damage, which means the dead Echo.
It is gone.
Explodes outwards. See it vanish. Kind of pulls it up. See the ones with the javelins holding them. They're kind of yelling outwards. And now it's going to use its movement speed to go kind of back into the same position as it once were and kind of holds and braces itself. All right, we now come to Tegan. All right, Tegan is going to move 5 feet up, not block the space, kind of maintain their position there. And then, let me see here, is going to be taking the dodge action. They are limited in their range. And then going to be using their bonus action to use a Bardic Inspiration aimed towards Lucar to re-up that. All right, ending turn. Now come to one of the ones with the javelin. Throwing it at you, Maldor, at disadvantage with range here. So they're just going to kind of yeet it outwards as best as they can. Remember, you're taller than these Duergar, so they're kind of, you're stretching above, so you can even throw javelins above, right? Their friendlies there. So 18 at disadvantage is going to hit you. Take 5 points of piercing damage as that lands skimming across your right arm. Ending turn there. We come to one of the ones in the towers, hitting by the moonbeam. Go ahead and roll 2d10 radiant damage, please.
Nice.
12 points of damage there. Is going to succeed with a nat 20. Takes 6 points of damage. See, I roll once on attacks, but I roll 20. That 20's on saving throws. Is this going to have the crossbow out and then fire off a bolt here? No cover applied, but it's computing that for the token in front of it. So there's a kind of a cover computation that will happen. So the cover is not there. So it's technically an 8, which does not land against your AC. So you're able to kind of dodge out of the way as it yeets downwards towards the lava flats. Ends turn. Now, line of sight and coverage, we come to one of the corner. This one is going to sidestep in with the javelin and then go in for a throw at disadvantage towards you, Maldor, as another javelin's being thrown at you. 14 is going to miss at disadvantage. It lands towards your feet, then sidesteps back into formation, grabbing another javelin from the side. This one is actually going to do the same thing. They want to make sure they have their positions here. Firing it off. Again, cover is going to be applied, but that's going to hit you with a 19, 3 points of piercing damage at disadvantage, skims across one of your left legs, and then it's going to sidestep back into covered position. We now come to Lucar.
I think I'm just gonna step up behind Maldor, put my hand on his shoulder, and heal his missing HP.
I'm going to pause the game, move you 5 feet back. With your passive perception, you can see on the left and right hand side there appears to be some sort of mushroom type twine that is roped and embedded into the rock underneath you about 35 to 40 feet. Goes into a hollow, bored out spot, ending the unpause. Take that information as you will. You have passive perception to be able to see it.
It's what would you say? A mushroom rope?
Mushroom rope twine that uncurls and unfurls itself. As it does, it comes towards the land bridge and then goes into a small borehole underneath you. That is about 35 to 40 feet down the actual land bridge.
It's not moving or anything. It's just there. I just see
It's
it.
just there. It's just piped in.
Okay.
You just see it. You can, again, it looks like the rock. I mean, it's like black, and so it's kind of camouflaged. Your passive perception, you'll see it. Maldor's passive perception is not good enough to be able to see that. You can.
Interesting. Can I see potentially where it leads to?
Taking an action, you can roll an active perception if you'd like.
Taking a full action?
You'd have to take a full action. Yep.
Yeah, let me go ahead and do that. Active perception.
13, with an active perception of 13, you begin to look around, taking time now to actually look. You see, obviously, what your passive seen, and then following the kind of space and in tow, you can see that the rope itself is alit on this side and this side as it comes ever closer towards the borehole underneath.
So it was ready to explode.
Oh shit! I share this information with everyone around me, very loudly. Is it? Am I able to see how quickly it's moving?
It's moving
gauge.
very fast.
Okay.
From your speculation, the robed figure went into the tent to alight this and then has now left. So that is approximately 6 seconds that it's actually reached that point from the canvas tent and down visible range along the sides.
Got movement at 20.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I guess at this point I'm just gonna move up to Maldor and urge him to get the f out the way.
You can push past me, right? It would just be
Correct. Difficult terrain.
reduced movement.
Yep. So you'll take twice. You'll take 10 feet to move through his 5-foot space.
Okay, yeah, let me do that.
Are you yelling anything out to anybody? Are you saying anything?
Yeah. Scream out like, hey, there's an explosive on the bridge, and
What the
move now.
fuck?
Move
Told you we should
now.
have brought explosives.
Move now. Actually, though, the question I have to ask is, am I going forward or backwards? Are we gonna get stuck on the other side of this bridge alone, Maldor and I?
That's a fun time.
Assuming everybody else runs, then we should be fine.
Speed-wise, timing-wise, we have what, maybe a whole full turn before this thing blows. Can I tell that?
Speed time wise, you imagine that on your next turn, that this most likely will reach its designated target.
Okay, so we're going in. So I can go the 5 up behind him, and then I only do 10, so I just get right in front of him.
So
Is that
yeah, so you would,
that right?
you'd move 5, and then you'd do a total of 10 through his space, and then 5 on the other end, so 20, 25. So 25 feet to get onto the other side. That makes sense.
You can move
So,
25 instead of 30, basically.
So I was back here.
Yeah, so move
Then-
25 instead of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Done.
Okay. And your turn, continuing the action here. This one to hand out the javelins, right? This one is just really just handing out the ammunition to particularly the 3 in front. So it's continuing that. Another one yelling. So another one's tossed off. Ending turn. We now come to Zeph.
Well, guess I'll be moving forward because there's definitely nothing I can do about those ropes. I don't think I could get a spiritual weapon there in time, so you know what? I will stop right behind Mulder. Because that's as far as I can anyway.
Well, you could dash if you really want to get off
Yeah.
the bridge.
I think we need to get off this bridge.
I mean, I'll go this far if I'm dashing. Yeah, that's as far as I go because I'm definitely not getting in front of you. And then as my bonus, I'll move and attack.
Coming for a heavy thwack. 16 is going to clank into
Nice.
the shield of this particular creature, as it does have a shield wielded. This one, and it bashes into the shield with a large twang.
I was really hoping that would do better. Oh well, I believe that's all I can do.
Ending turn. This one is going to move 5 feet, then 20 there, and then it's going to be taking the dash action and dives into one of the tents. So it's kind of just running away at that point. No weapons or anything. Ending turn. Go ahead and roll your radiant damage here, so 2d10. Right, that is going to be a failure there. So that is 8 points of damage dealt as the kind of beam kind of continues to come up. Now is going to be focused on Lucar with the crossbow firing away. That is going to be a net 20. Alright, Lucar, as the bolt lands directly in your center chest, you take 16 points of piercing damage as it lands, directly thudding you into the chest. That is the end of that creature's turn.
Jesus.
See this one slowly approach, grab onto the shoulder. Why is there a saving throw? Oh, you're concentrating. Yeah, here you go. 1 second. Do you want to use your bardic inspiration?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna put it back on you. So far. It prompted me for the bardic inspiration because it was a concentration check. So. All right, so still on you. So you're able to succeed with your concentration on the critical hit as it does land in your center chest. Now come to the one in the robe figure with the crooked face. The eyes of light grabs onto the one that's been handing out the javelins and just touches them. And you see the eyes go white of that one, and a voice rings out from its mouth. Lay down your weapons and on your knees. Surrender!
Quite confident that one.
Willow, it's your turn.
I'm gonna use all my movement to get here. Then I'm gonna dash and go as far as I can. So that would be 15 right here, right? Because it's 10 through him.
Yep.
Okay. And then I don't think with the rest of my movement I can get past them, right?
There is a space right here that can be occupied.
Okay, well then yeah, I'll get
I'll allow you to do
right.
it. Yep.
Yeah, I'll get right there. And I'll end my turn because I just want to get off this bridge.
Oh, there you go.
This is not gonna get old.
All right, so now that he's pointed out what's happening and I'm aware, am I able to see where those like vines are? Like without having to look for it, is it obvious, or I still have no idea?
You can see the lights of them tracing in space as they are continuing to kind of push themselves past, lighting little tiny sparks as they're going, and you know now where they're going.
How far down are they?
They're about 40. Well, these ones on the sides, they're kind of low a little bit, but they were higher up potentially. So these ones are like around 30-ish or so feet, and then they're working themselves down to about 40 feet, which is where the hole currently is at.
So I could actually stop them, but I don't have time to get to both. Okay.
I'm also going to place a template just so you can see the space of where the borehole is underneath the bridge.
Okay, cool. All right, well, then I'm going to push past. So that's what, minus 10 to go through both of them. So I'd be at 20 feet. And then bonus action. I'm going to bring the echo back out.
Okay.
And he's going to take his movement. Actually, no, he'll step up. Sorry. And then I will just attack through the echo, the one next to him.
Okay. Ten is going to be a miss, as that one does have a shield, so it's able to turn, kind of take the blow, center chest. It's kind of in position between the echo and yourself at this group.
He just kind of growls menacingly, and then I will end my turn.
All right, then your turn will now come to that one that you just swung at is going to take a swing aimed towards the echo, so it's going to come in. And it's going to be a 21, which does land as the echo is hit for 5 points piercing damage and vanishes once more. Turns and raises the shield, as now he is going to charge forward as the eyes glow slightly white for a brief moment, and then upon charging forward, the eyes dissipate and begins to kind of shake the head. Ending turn. This one is kind of looking in the direction of, this etherealness that kind of done. Similar, eyes glow white, slowly turns, charges forward, groups together. Ends turn. Now come to Tegan. Tegan, can we run, Tegan? That's really truly the question. Okay, I'm gonna put Tegan into this space, allow it to be playable space at this stage. It's gonna be a dash action to get to that point. Tegan is going to go ahead and end the turn. Alright. Now, these two group together holding shields. The ones in the back slightly press forward, holding javelin, goes in for a throw. Now a different target. This one towards you, Willow, and you do have some cover based on the fact that the creature is out in front. This is also still at disadvantage for the javelin range as it's thrown. 12 is going to be a miss. Veers off, ending turn.
I'm sorry, I just realized, and if it's too late, it's fine. I should have taken a attack of opportunity when that one moved into my space. As part of Sentinel.
Take it when it moves into your space?
Yeah.
Or is it when it leaves your space, regardless of disengage?
Let me pull it up again. I thought it was both.
Polearm Master allows you to swing when they enter your space. And you can take attack of opportunity on somebody that swings at someone other than you.
Oh, that's what I was thinking about. You're right. Yeah, I'm getting mixed up. My apologies. Never mind.
Yeah, you're good. Polearm Master would be that one, where you can swing if they enter your space. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and roll a save. Please roll 2d10 for me, Zeph. Alright, it's going to fail the saving throw, takes 8 points of radiant damage, and maintains its position in the beam as it's still striking down, being pulled apart, really focusing intently on what they can do. And a bolt.
Really stubborn fellows.
Yeah, bolt is being fired off towards Willow. That's going to be 18, which does hit you. 10 points of piercing damage is dealt as the bolt lands, thuds into your shoulder. Ends turn. This one is going to step 5 feet. Put the javelin upon the ground, re-equip as an action the shield and the war pick, step through in space, and charge up 25 feet and turn. This one, similar fashion, move up 25 feet and turn. Alright, Lucar, it's your turn. Underneath your feet as you kind of see they're sizzling and kind of towards your left. At some point in this potential round after your turn, this will ignite.
Okay. I am going to move into this space here while letting everybody know that there is a impending explosion.
Correct.
And then I'm going to, as I'm like wincing, in that movement, rip the bolt out of my chest, lay my other hand on it, and do a 12-point lay on hand.
Okay.
And I'll just edit that manually.
Sure, go for it. Anything else on your turn?
Nope.
Alright, we end that. The one handing out javelins slowly going to come to. So doing so is going to run back to the tent, grab Warpick and Shield, put them back on, and then use the remainder of its movement speed. Continuing to fall. Alright, Zeph, you're up.
Ah, ready. Well, I'll see if I can get this guy down.
Coming for a smacky. 13 is not going to land. Goes against the armor.
Poop. That's also concentration. I'm just going to do a total dead on him then.
Alright, Toll the Dead. Nice roll. Save is a 12, which is going to be a fail. 9 points of necrotic damage. You see the head begin to writhe. Falls down and is dead.
At this point, I just roll my eyes. No more just visible disgust. I'm just over it.
Right.
All right, ending turn. We come to the one that had fell off the particular tower. This one has now grabbed a war pick and shield, and is now as an action and is now running to the fight, charging forward. And Moonbeam, go ahead and roll 2d10, please. Ten points of damage is dealt as they failed their saving throw here. You see within the Moonbeam, and then is going to be taking a bolt firing towards Lucar. Firing it off in direction. 17 is going to be missed. As it does, it kind of skims into the barrier, the shield kind of glowing around you, just kind of glances off, bounces a little bit, fleeing off into the lava flats below. Ending turn. Now come to the top of round 6 as the lights, as they begin to explode outwards, as an explosion begins to occur, and as it erupts, go ahead and put down the explosion directly where it lands. As it had a 15-foot radius as it began to explode, I'm going to go ahead and delete the template here, and then I'm going to draw out the usable space upon the actual bridge.
Wow, we barely got out of range.
Okay. That much of the bridge segment has collapsed as the explosion erupts outwards. Rocks and different debris, none of which kind of hit you. It's definitely designed not to do damage, but to crumple to people. It's designed to crumple the bridge. So it kind of leaves this explosion outwards as it goes this way from north to south, the explosion. So the bits of material kind of explode to north and south, a little bit upright, and the rest kind of crumple down. The land bridge itself isn't completely unusable. It's just a large section is now been removed in kind of a crescent shape in itself, as it now kind of forms this crescent shape, craggly and whatnot, in the sense that not only would you have to descend down into that, but it would also be difficult terrain to get through. So it seems as though this mechanism is really to kind of maybe interrupt anybody on it, kind of do some damage, but really create a terrain that people would not want to fall back on. It would create problems for them, which is what this was designed really to do. Grabbing upon, this one touches the one in front, the eyes go wide again. This one was the one that fell off the tower originally with the nat 1, and a cackling voice comes out. I've always wanted to do that. So it's like,
Well,
super
congratulations,
excited
you must be
for
proud.
All right, Willow, you're up.
All right.
That is an enemy of the Echo's own heart.
I'm gonna target the one that's in front of Maldor and Toll the Dead.
All right, it is going to fail with a 9, so it takes 8 points of necrotic damage. The tendrils begin to sprout from its ears and begin to shakes it off and continues. Lucar, disgusted.
I flip Lucar off. I'm like, fuck you, man.
Annoyed at this point.
Just like exasperated sigh.
Find
I'm just
some
trying
better
to
magic.
not burn all my spell slots.
Is that a cantrip or something?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Makes more sense now. I hate it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll just end my turn here because I don't want to be in the front lines.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, it's gonna forever. It's 200 feet down. It takes forever. Okay,
That's a
Baldur, you're up.
long.
It's a long way to fall. Baldur, you're up.
Can
Alright,
you use Can you use this dash action to make him fall faster?
You're right. He just wills it to happen. Yeah. So Maldor would like to go forward. So to start with, he's just going to take a hand and just grab this dwarf and like try and fling him off the side as he goes past.
Okay,
So I'll make a
so
shove attack.
Make another shove to throw off. It's going to be the vocabulary of the day: shove to throw off.
It is the most effective method so far.
It is very effective, yeah.
Because we've only actually killed one person so far, but there's 2 more adding capacity because of so.
18, got a 21. We're not shoving this one off. It's gonna grabs on you, pushes you off.
All right, well, bonus action, then the echo is just going to pop back up.
Okay.
And he is actually going to take his movement, I think.
Okay.
I'm trying to actually navigate around these guys, but I think I could get within range of the guy within 30 feet, right? Actually, I'll be too far away anyway. Never mind. I'll stay where I'm at. And that'll end my turn.
All right. On the end of your turn, I'm gonna go ahead and pause it as the creature takes its reaction to look at you on taking a combat maneuver, and its eyes and this voice begin to ethereal into your actual space as something penetrates through. It's gonna prompt you for a saving throw.
Oof.
Alder with a 3, you fail as your eyes glow white. You turn.
So would I
and-
notice that happened? Like, could I use a
Yeah,
reaction?
you notice Balder's eyes glowing white. It turns and raises a greatsword towards to strike you, Ferris.
Okay, I'm gonna
So
chrono
yes, you
shift
can see it. You can see it happening. Please make another intelligence saving throw. You have to do it manually, unfortunately.
That would be Maldor doing it, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Jesus.
Balder with the 2. Even after the chrono shift, as you raise your hands to
No.
brace against the
Maldor,
blow,
what are you
the eyes
doing?
glowing white, similar to the rest of the creatures, as it comes in for a greatsword strike, taking its reaction to do this. So Maldor, this is going to use your reaction to do this, as you are now influenced to take attack of opportunity. Please target Willow, your humble mage, and please make a greatsword strike against your friend.
Ooh.
Oh my god!
Oh no! No!
You hit.
Oh, 12 points of slashing damage as it comes through. So the hands raised, he takes the blow into the arm, into the side of the ribs as it cuts, lacerating down. You take 12 points of slashing damage. As you are
Maldor,
badly
no!
wounded near death, you hear a voice cackling again. Now we come to the one in front of you. This one who had just attempted to be shoved is going to now grab you to shove you off.
Oh,
Please make an opposing athletics check.
Athletics check? Okay. Ooh.
12. You are going to succeed against the 5 athletics check. Rolled really poorly.
That would have been fun.
You basically just see at this point Baldur reaction hit, but they're just, I mean, literally pushing and shoving each other off the side of the cliff. It's
yeah,
so,
he just turns towards me,
thinking about
almost
that, like,
takes me in half,
yeah,
and then
mentally
fights this dude.
shoving a thing. That's so cool. All right, maintains position, does not dare move. So we now would come to Tegan. Tegan is going to take action to use a cure wounds here.
Oh, thank you.
You are healed for 9 points of healing as the cure wounds comes through, and then now is going to sidestep 5, additional 10, and then is going to come around the backside here, just getting in space as best as possible. Then using the bonus action towards Maldor to throw out a Bardic Inspiration, as it's now moved into position for a flank. Ending turn. This one, again, none of these have particularly javelins really anymore. They've all kind of thrown them down. They've pulled up their shields and their war picks and strode forward. This one is doing kind of a similar thing. It's taken aback by the approach of this figure, right, Maldor, and is not taking the attack. Is stopping and almost kind of holding it outright, and could strike and seems like it's going to, but hasn't done it yet. Please roll 2d10 for me. Zeph, thank you. is going to succeed on the saving throw with a 19. Only takes 4 points of radiant damage is burned. It's going to fire off another bolt. This one aimed directly in front towards Lucar. $13 is going to be a miss as it crashes into the floor badly as it flies down. Now coming to, this one is going to move 5 feet, coming for a swing towards Tegan. Does not get the flank simply because the other one is not looking. 11 is going to be a miss as it strikes towards the ground. Tegan dances out of the way. Ends turn. This one's going to move 5 feet in space, approach you, Lucar, coming for a swing with the war pick. That is going to be a 19, which does hit you, I believe. Let's see, I want to make sure. Your AC is 18. And then your Shield of Faith puts +2.
I think my base AC is 16 with chainmail.
Okay, 16 chainmail +2 to 18. So your AC is 18 with the Shield of Faith. So 19 still goes through. It goes through then because it goes through the barrier, kind of in the puncture side of the pick. As it does, it goes right in between your pec and the shoulder with a large thunk that does 8 points of piercing damage as it goes in. All right, succeeding on the concentration check there. That's going to be the end of that creature's turn. Lucar, you're up.
Okay. I am going to take an attack at this guy, and that attack is going to be with a Dragon Breath. And I think you said those towers are 10 feet?
They're 10 feet tall, yep.
So the 15-foot cone should hit.
That is correct.
These.
You can hit that. It's going to be tough because based on. So you want to hit the one in front of you and then the 2 on the tower?
Possibly, yeah. I don't know what the
angle
drawing of the cone is.
The angle is going to be too tight because it doesn't open up quick enough, I don't think. So you're going to either have to move your position and you might clip one of them on the tower, but that's as best as you can do right now. You're better off hitting the 2 if you're going to use it to hit the 2 in front of you and kind of twist it a little bit so it doesn't hit Tegan, or to save it.
I'll just do a regular attack on this guy then.
Okay. Great sword, flavor of choice coming across.
I'm fucking pissed off.
22. Reroll. Unfortunately, so one of the reroll 9 points of slashing damage as you return the blow here, coming across, swing low underneath the shield, coming upright, coming for a swipe direct towards the left side of the hip as it lacerates through.
And then I believe I will end. Hold on one sec. Yes. I'll end there.
Okay. Ending turn. Now come to 1. This one's going to push up. Moving 15 feet, fills space. Going to go in for a strike with the war pick towards the echo. It's going to be a 9, which misses, and then is then going to be using a remainder of its movement speed to push forward. Ending turn. Alright, Zeph, you're up.
Alright. Well, you're all just wounded, so. Target. There we go. A bonus action in tech. No.
15 is not going to land as it collapses into the shield raised.
Alright. Well, now total dead. That's my big.
Good roll. Is going to fail with a 6. Takes 11 points of necrotic damage as you see tendrils and blood begin to sprout from the ears as well as the nose, and shakes violently and is breathing, choking on blood, but is still alive.
Hey, tough bastards.
For fuck's sake.
That should be good.
Okay. This one is going to move up 5 feet, and then it's going to come in for a swing towards the Echo. 16 is going to hit the Echo. So the Echo vanishes, fills and maintains its space, and does not move any further. Ending turn. Please roll 2d10 for me, Zeph. Nice, 11 points. It is going to be a fail. As 11 points of radiant damage dealt. You see their body picked up, unable to fire the bolt as they are
Finally.
dead. Finally, it's been sitting there for so long. All right, we now come to the robed figure. As it does, it moves 5 feet forward, clinging to the backside of the one that's wounded, grabs, eyes go white. Lay down your weapons! I won't say it again! I'll kill you all!
Bite me.
You know what?
There, strip.
No one takes over Maldor's mine on my watch. I'm gonna toll the dead this guy.
All right, it is going to fail with a 3. Takes 9 points of necrotic damage as he moves the hat, as he swipes at it, and then he can just locks eyes with you. Smiles.
I'm not. And then let me see. I think that'll be it for me.
Okay, on the end of your turn, the creature is going to take a reaction as it penetrates into your mind, Varys. You're going to succeed with a 15 as you negate the effect as it tries to probe through and commands you to shove Maldor off the cliff.
As if that would have worked.
All right, anything else on your turn at all?
I'm just gonna wink at him, you know, let him know that I can't be fucked with.
Gotcha. Now 120 feet, almost there. Maldor, you're up.
So Maldor just looks at Varys with like a very guilty like look of sorrow, and then he turns to look at the blob, whatever the hell he is. He is pissed. So the Echo reappears again. It's going to take its full movement.
Okay.
It's going to take an attack on the one in front of him.
As you
Which-
move the Echo through space of this particular creature, that actually is going to constitute the held action that it had. As it is, it's going to take the held action going in for a pick at the Echo as it passes through space. That is going to hit with a 16. So it does 8 points of damage. The Echo is destroyed as it comes through the held action.
Okay, well, I'm going to make the attack on the guy. Now, we're flanking with Tegan, so is
You
that
are.
advantage?
Hold down Alt. Yep. Hold down Alt and swing. Tegan moved into position for the flank on this particular target. 22 is going to land. Big Deeps, 13 points of slashing damage as you come through. Near death as you cut off into one of its arms, penetrate all the way to the bone, slice and clean, begins to bleed furiously.
Action surge.
Okay.
I'm going to do it again.
Okay. Go ahead and hold on Alt again. Spending the Bardic Inspiration die, 6 on top, 24 a guaranteed hit. Comes in through strike, another 13 points. That target is dead as you cleave through, chopping into the head, into the collarbone, go all the way into the lungs, and it's Gargon blood, kicking the body over off the cliffside, begins to fall. Now finally satisfied as it's falling.
And I'm going to take my movement. And I'm going to push through Tegan here.
Okay.
So that was what? 5, 15, 20.
You've gone, yeah.
So I'm going to hold there.
Okay.
And I'll end turn.
Now come to Tegan. Tegan taking the flank with you, Maldor, is going to grab the rapier out and go in for an advantage swing. That's going to be a 12, which is going to miss, unfortunately. And then is going to maintain their position to give you the possibility of a flank on the next turn. Ends turn. Now pushing upright, this one who took the held is going to move into space, grabbing the shield, trying to bump the one to its next form of phalanx, potentially in the next turn. It is going to go in for just a standard war pick strike towards you, Maldor. 17 is going to hit you. That does 4 points of piercing damage as it cuts lower end towards your right shin as it skims through and cracks into the earth. Ends turn. Please roll 2d10 for me. Zeph. All right, 10 points of damage is dealt as the saving throw was failed. You see this one again glow up, and they both are dead now on top of the tower as they're being pulled apart, their armor being shredded. No longer alive.
Spiritual, that moonbeam weapon, our damage is pretty consistent.
Moonbeam is extremely powerful spell.
That's great,
You
yeah.
In this particular situation, everything's choked, right? So the spells like that are really powerful. And in turn, we come to the one kind of between you, Tegan and Maldor. Yet to know that the teammates have kind of ran up at its backside. It's now going to slowly kind of turn and notice the predicament that it's currently in. It's going to sidestep 5 feet. As it does, it's going to take an attack. I'm going to roll a dice to choose which targets. Tegan is lucky on the dice, goes in for a swing with the pick. Tegan,
I'm going to attack of opportunity then if he's attacking a teammate.
Yep. I'll allow it, but I think that you have to be within 5 feet of your teammate, right?
Oh, I thought it was the person 5 feet.
Oh, the creature, yeah. No, go for it. Yeah, you're good.
Let me double check.
No, you're good. You're right. You're right. Yeah, go for
Okay.
it. Yep, it's a creature.
And we're no longer flanked, right? Because he moved.
Correct. Yeah. So you don't get the flank, but you get the attack of opportunity there.
Oof.
9 is going to be a miss with the attack of opportunity. The 11 with the war pick strike of this particular creature towards Tegan is going to be missed as Tegan dodges out of the way, nimbly flowing with effortless hair. Why not? All right, ends turn. Lucar, this one is focused upon you. Continues its attack. 23 is going to hit you. That does 8 points of piercing damage as this one grabs into your hip, pulls with the large bludgeoning side of the war pick, now bangs the shield and spits on towards your feet. And yells out in common, "You'll make a great trophy."
Ouch.
All right, so the concentration check goes through using Bardic Inspiration die to maintain the Shield of Faith. Okay, ends the creature's turn. Lucar, you're up.
Okay. I really want to Dragon Breath into that, in between those two pillars, but I'm gotta kill this guy.
Okay.
So. Ugh.
12 is going to be a miss as you come wrapping around. Goes into the shield, bang with a large thing. He smiles at you.
Motherfucker. That's it. End my turn.
All right, ending turn. Now grouping together, forming phalanx. Maldor, these two in front of you have grouped their shields together, thus gaining advantage. They come in for bait and switch tactics, coming in for swings towards you. 22 is going to hit you. That deals 7 points of piercing damage as it comes through center chest, kind of coming across. The large sweeping blow. Ending turn. Zephyr up.
Alright. Let's see if we can get this guy out.
Ooh.
Nice.
25 is going to land. 12 points of force damage. Smacks across the head, ripping off the jaw, and one of the eyeballs gets shredded. This target is dead.
Oh my god. Alright, so action. This.
Okay.
And I'll also move forward a bit.
Right, seeing the beam now be moved and struck towards the center. This one doesn't dare penetrate into the space and no longer has a ranged weapon. It doesn't have any javelins either. It's now going to turn around as the eyes go white and is going to move 5 feet and then use its remainder movement speed, which is a total of 50 feet here as it is running away. This figure begins to take its movement speed as it begins to waddle back towards the tent with a dash. All right, Varys, you're up.
Yeah, not on my watch. I'm gonna upcast Magic Missile to level 2. and hit him with it. Yeah.
Which one? The one running away or the one going to the tent?
Yeah, the one going into the tent.
Yeah, so waddling away, you're gonna fire missiles at its back. Okay.
Okay, so how do I upcast it? Okay, there we go. Yep.
Yeah, you can select upcast. It's just gonna expel the spell slot, and then just give me 4 of the missiles here. Make sure you, if you need to put a spell slot back on to make sure you can cast it, you go for it. That's not going to be a big deal.
Okay, I think I got it.
Yeah, 2 points damage dealt. Additional 2 coming in. Okay, so 4 points total. 3 dealt. And last missile coming in. 3 damage dealt. Still alive. I see multiple robes, puncture holes in the robes. Kind of going. He's like kind of taking the stick, kind of whacking them out of the air. He's just making really no noise, but that's what you can almost imagine this character would be making. You haven't really had any auditory come out of their mouth at all, and so they're, you just kind of try to swipe as they take the blows. They're kind of hunched a little bit, and they're slowly kind of wincing, and they're continuing to push into the tent.
Mm-hmm. I'll end my turn.
Well, there you're up.
So
I bet
I'm
you're
going
loving that.
Going to bonus action second wind.
Okay. Nice. Recover 8 hit points.
And then I am going to shove attack this dude behind me.
Okay.
Oh.
Athletics check to oppose. All right, got a 9. He's unable to be shoved.
That'll end my turn.
Just think, in a few levels, I'll have aura of whatever,
Or if I get to shove people twice.
Aura of bonus skill checks.
That'd be
Okay,
nice.
Let's see what we got going on. How many spell slots do we have? Okay. Use. What Tegan do? Tegan situation. I think Tegan would throw out a shatter.
That sounds
Yeah,
about right.
he likes shatter
he
a
uses
lot.
shatter a lot. I'm trying to think of like being more supportive, but Tegan definitely is a shattery spell escape. So I'm actually going to throw it down here to target just the 2. But this is actually going to have another effect based on the towers being nearby. So we're going to see what happens there after I roll some things. All right. Alright, so each of them take additional 6 points of damage as the towers nearby them begin to get hit by it. So rubble and debris it's thrown off of them from the large thunderous damage and begins to kind of splinter under their shoulders. That's going to be the action of Tegan. Tegan does dare not move, so end turn. Go ahead and roll 2d10 for me. Moonbeamist is going to fail the saving throw. Takes 12 points of radiant damage. Just kind of pulled up on the shoulders. Is barely alive. Multiple lacerations because burn marks from the radiance. Continues and maintains their position to the end. Comes in for a swing with the pick towards you, Maldor. No longer in the actual phalanx from the explosion of the shatter. They're not grouped together anymore to gain that advantage. They're also in the moonbeam. 14 is going to be a miss as you're able to kind of move to the step, kind of sidestep out of the way. And it goes too high, kind of through as you kind of pull backwards, and it goes across wildly. And they turn. This one's going to turn, look towards Tegan, continuing focusing the spellcasting abilities of the figure. Is going to land in that one.
Reaction attack?
More than welcome to. Go for it. Is not going to
these
land.
rolls.
It is, yeah, 11's not going to land. Does not, just a bad miss. It kind of crumples into the ground as Tegan effortlessly gets out of the way of that strike. Lucar, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to move forward here and Dragon Breath these guys.
Just been waiting to do it. I'm gonna do it.
I know. And there's only 2 left here, but you know,
You might take a step.
the rolls have been terrible. These guys have too
Yeah.
high AC.
I gotcha. The cone might be
What?
come out. The cone might be really tight when it comes out, so you can always kind of sidestep a little bit to get the proper angle that you'd like.
Okay.
Just FYI. The dragon breath cone is a very narrowish kind of effect.
Yeah, I think it lets me put it on the corners.
Yeah, it's gonna snap.
the
It's gonna,
squares.
it's gonna snap to a corner, which is what we do for 5e rules and what my game does. So, which allows
Okay.
for easier access. You can use the scroll wheel to turn it, and then just get
Oh,
it to a
got it.
way. Just get it to a way you can hit
Oh.
both targets. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right, is there damage associated with this? Oh, I did not
Ye-
put any damage onto it. What am I doing? Oh my gosh. All right, well, I didn't put a damage thing into the feature. My
You just want me
bad.
to roll a d10?
Yeah, go ahead and roll d10 for me. I'll make a note of that in my notepad.
Oh, come on.
no way! Oh,
What the fuck?
oh, no.
Nah, that sucks.
Oh my.
That's
Oh
rough.
my lord. So it's just a flat d10.
Yeah.
So it's 1 damage. What does it look like when it comes out?
Like a cough. Just a.
Steven, what does it look like when it comes out? You flare it. You flare it.
What does it look like?
Yeah, what do you flare it?
It's just a conal beam of swirling radiant energy. In this case, it didn't make it nearly as far as large. Like, maybe I'd clutch my chest from that gaping wound, you know?
Mhm. Wounded. You haven't used it for a while.
Yeah.
Still getting that roar back. I got it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty weak roar too.
Anything else on your turn?
No. So wish lay on hands was a bonus action.
All right, 2d10 for me. Oh, there's a reason why it's not a bonus action. It's pretty much just for higher levels because it's just like
Yeah.
crazy mental health gain.
OP.
All right, 13. That is going to be full damage as it's dealt. You see this one is dead. It's going to hit by the beams. It's no longer there. I'm also going to start kind of clearing the board a little bit.
Definitely my favorite spell.
It's really good.
Yeah, I think Zeph has done the most damage.
Yeah, Zeph has definitely done a lot of damage. Zeph, you're up.
Oh, right. Well, I don't know that much. You know what? I'm gonna move it over here and start whacking at this guy.
Okay. 18 is going to land. That does 8 points of force damage. You come across, smashing into the elbow.
I'll move it up now. Oh, I forgot to toll dead.
Go for it. Alright, the creature is going to succeed with an 18 on its saving throw. As the
Hey.
effect doesn't seem to succumb to this creature at this moment. Now come to one that is running away, continues to take its movement speed as it's aimed to take full dashes, rounds around the back of the tent, and with the stalagmites out of the perceptible distance. You can't actually see that target. Now come to the rope figure, goes into the tent flaps. Coming out of the tent flaps, slowly turns. Seems to be holding a barrel of some kind. It's blackish,
Uh-oh.
small, a gallon-sized barrel over the shoulder, and is now slowly lumbering the remainder of its moon speed. It's coming. Turn. All right, Bear Strip.
I'll do Maximilian's Earthen Grasp on this one.
All right, it is going to fail with a 13 as it is grabbed with a DC of 14 of the strength saving throw. Upon being grabbed, I believe it will take only 3 points of damage upon being grabbed, and is technically in a restrained state.
And that'll end my turn.
Your ending turn. We're almost there.
He's almost there.
We're so close, Baldur. You're up.
All right, so Maldor, bring out the echo yet again.
All right, I go out.
The echo is going to take his full movement. That was my bonus. Sorry, I was recalculating something in my head. Yeah, and the echo is just going to look at him and growl, and you're like, "You had your chance to surrender." And then Maldor is just going to take attack on the one that's grasped. Is that advantage because he's grasped, restrained?
It should automatically give you advantage, but if not, just
Okay.
hold on Alt to be sure. So I do have to, yeah. So 24. So the attack, yeah. So it should automatically give you advantage for the attack. 24.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, based on that, I was in my mind. I thought you were gonna shove them, and I was like, I don't know if he's shoving.
I thought about that, but he's restrained.
It's like restrained,
so
yeah. You can't really shove. So 24 is going to land as 10 points of slashing damage as you cut across the side, upward near the head, and kind of come into the throat region and into the side of the shoulder, barely alive. He's bleeding blood out of his wounds as well as his mouth. He's still alive though.
And that'll end my turn.
All right, come now to Tegan. Tegan is going to take 5 feet forward and look towards the creature that is approaching with the barrel, the small cask, and attempting to hold person. And is successful on that effect as the creature has failed, raising up and locking in place as that creature is now held. That is Tegan's action, and he's still within threat range, so he's going to... And wants to kind of stay with the party probably too, so. And it's turn. Go and roll 2d10.
Right.
Moonbeam. All right, 4 points of damage. Doesn't matter. It failed with a nat 1. Takes 4 points. Only 2 HP.
Oh.
It is dead. See, that one is now gone. Removing from board as well. Slowly being phased up into the beam. Ending turn. Come to the one that is restrained. Desperation comes in for a wild strike. I'm going to go ahead and roll a throw, just a die to see which targets. Alright, Maldor, you are up. As it comes in for a Warpick strike at disadvantage, being restrained towards you. It's going to be 7, which misses. Is just a wild swing through. Lucar, you're up.
Okay. So I am going to kind of take a step back here and lean against this this tower as I put my hand on my wounded shoulder and use the rest of my lay on hands.
Okay.
I think that's 8 points. No, 12. No. It should have been 8 when I changed it last time. So 8 to myself now. That's 21.
Okay.
Got it.
Sounds good.
And I will end there.
Alright, ending turn. Oh my gosh, we're so close. Zeph. Most likely is going to give you the advantage for the restraint, which is actually allowed to the spiritual. Just can't get advantage from flanks, right? So certain other things like that. So the creature is restrained, which can give advantage to the spiritual weapon. 9 points of force damage as it comes through. That is dead as it thwacks into the head. You see the head kind of unlodge, already from the laceration, the spine breaking, the head kind of falls off, dead, and still grasped in the hand that just came outwards of Varys' control.
Alright. And I'm gonna. He should be in range, right? Maybe not. Sorry. Yeah. I have to move. Yep. If I just go here, if he'll move.
You're on
Give
the
the ruler.
measure tool.
Oh, so that definitely helps. I'm going to toll the dead on him. Oh, no.
All right, it is going to fail with a 4. Only 2 points of necrotic damage dealt. This creature is still held. Blood trickling down.
Oh, well.
Oh, one small drop at the nose.
I forgot to move my thing.
So Toll of the Dead is an action to use the cantrip. So you need to choose.
Oh,
one.
wait,
You need
I
to
used-
choose one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you need to choose one of them to do.
I mean, I already did the total dead, so.
I mean, it's your call. But I don't have any problems if you want. I can put the health back on, and you can say you want to take your action and move the movie instead. It's your choice.
Yeah, I'll move it. I'll move it.
I'm going to go ahead and tack on the 2 points of health back onto the target. And then as you move the moonbeam, kind of shoots down over the target at this point. The one in the back continues to run. Now has moved off map, and it's a full movement. It's kind of disappeared into the darkness of the visible light, potentially. And it's at this stage I have to ask, are we continuing combat?
Well, we're definitely gonna kill him.
All right.
I was about to.
Did we ask him a couple questions?
He's held person. How long is that gonna? Can we keep him held while we interrogate his ass?
Well, he gets a save every round.
Yeah, so he gets a save, so it's coming up here of a save. That's kind of what I'm asking is when we get to that save and I roll, if it's going to be a fail, I have to inquire if we're going to continue combat because there is no real true combatants on the field of play at this point. Unless you all
I mean,
want
Do you
I
have you
go-
learned anything from him?
I mean, unless Varus thinks he can communicate with him, because if it gets back to me, he's dead. Like it's done.
I don't know if I can communicate with them or not. So.
All right, then we're going to kill him, sounds like. All right.
Yep.
Cycling through, going to make another saving throw here. Is going to still be held as it got a nat 1. Cycling back through. All right. Here's your up.
Oh, that's a moonbeam.
Yeah, go ahead and roll 2d10. Is going to succeed on the Constitution saving throw. Takes 4 points of rage.
I'll pull the dead on him.
I like how you always staying at range at this point. No one's advancing. Ah, this cask, what does it have on his shoulder? I love it.
Oh man.
It's going to fail with a 13. Takes 2 points of necrotic damage.
And then I'll end my turn.
All right, we now come to the first one that was thrown off. You all ready to see how much damage this is?
Yes.
Yeah.
60 points of damage. Splattering into the ground. No longer alive.
That was amazing. That was worth everything. Okay, so the Echo takes a step forward and is just like grinning and cackling. And then Maldor and the Echo are going to change places.
Okay.
And he just looks at him and just says, "You had your chance." And with your permission, I would like to grab the barrel out of his hands and smash it at our feet as an attack action.
You want to take the barrel in the hands and smash it at your feet.
Yeah.
Okay. Just take it out and you smash it. As soon as you smash it, the smell erupts around you. This very noxious and toxic material, this black sludge, as it now leaks out of the actual almost like a blash sludge of a mushroom as it begins to kind of pool in a tiny kind of place underneath. It smells similar to a kind of gasoline. It kind of has that kind of flammable vaporization thing happening. In so doing, you must make a Constitution saving throw. All right.
My rolls today.
Okay. You have failed your Constitution saving throw. As such, you are poisoned. This particular thing. You have the condition of poisoned, as you're kind of breathing, your vision, right? Things are just not functioning correctly as the vaporization continues. Beyond that, it's unclear what it actually will do elsewise.
All right, and the echo would disapparate because I'm too far away. And I believe that will end my turn.
All right, Tegan. Tegan's going to move 20 feet, then go 10, see the pool, and do not approach. There's also no real range here that they can do besides a kind of a vicious mockery, so they're going to just kind of throw that out. All right, it's going to fail with a 4, takes 3 points of psychic damage dealt, and then it's going to be the end of Tegan's turn. All right, Nukar, you're up.
Okay, I am going to come around the corner here. And
I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
yep, that's within 30. And javelin.
Okay.
Aiming right for its stupid face.
Throw it away. Nat 20. You know why it's nat 20? Because it's held. Automatic critical if it hits, facing the condition
Oh,
stable.
right, yeah.
14 points piercing damage. How do you want to do it?
I want its head to explode.
As you throw the javelin, you see the javelin hit into the head like a pumpkin, implodes. The javelin continues to fly through as the headless body falls over and it's dead. That is the end of combat. So you come to the end. Still
Right on time.
Come to the end of the fight. Another one falls to its death. Slight squishing sound.
That's so satisfying.
Dies. Maldor, you in this effect, it increases as you linger within the pool.
Yeah, I should probably get out of that. I would like. Can I? Is there a way? If I move behind him, how big is the pool? I would like to inspect him, but I would not want to stand.
It's a 5-foot radius and it's growing, so it's slowly kind of this heavy
Okay.
in viscosity in a sense.
Yeah, so I would move behind him and then check him out and then get away.
Okay, the moonbeam's still going. I have to ask that for you ending it.
Yeah.
You're just checking the body.
Yeah, just searching him.
All right, go and roll investigation. Disadvantage based on being poisoned. You get a nat 1. You begin to search through. Unable to find much of anything. You can feel objects and things, but your vision becomes somewhat blurry, almost blacked out. You're going to be leading to an unconscious state soon.
All right, yeah, I'm just gonna move away and like sit down in the corner.
On sitting down in the corner, you get to kind of a spot to where you're resting, and you should make another Constitution saving throw. All right, 21. No longer are you poisoned, as you're kind of now breathing in potentially maybe clean air. You're regaining your composure and your strength, staring upon the pool as it continues to kind of extend outwards. I'm going to go ahead and create just a template to maybe showcase the actual spread of this thing.
I was about to chuck it away, and I was like, it might blow up, and he would be so angry in that moment that he'd probably smash it.
Before we get to anything else, before we investigate what this is, investigate the tents, touch the body. It's a good time to end. Time to stop before we get into any further investigations and things. Hope the combat was fun. That was very exciting. Lots of dynamic, lots of things.
Nobody died.
Nobody
thank
died. That's good. Nice work.
Aldor almost
Nobody got-
fucking killed
none
me.
of us
That was
got
rough.
kicked off.
That was so great.
That's my best roll of the
Decapitated.
night. Was like, trying to cut Varys' head off.
Even after
Yeah.
shifted, that was what was great. Chronal shifted, and you were like, "Please
It was
no!"
worse.
You
It
like reaction. You're like, "Don't do it." It was a reaction to reaction to reaction. It was so great.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, please. And then he was like, shoot.
Yeah, the fighter's not that smart.
Yeah. And then whenever he tried to do to me, I was like, intelligence? Is this guy dumb? Rolled saved. I was like, I see you. No one does that to my fighter but me.
These rolls, I'm amazed that we got through this in one piece.
It-
with as terrible as these rolls were.
Yeah, I always find it funny where a combat goes like it seems to take forever before they start flying, but once they start flying fast.
The guys with the shields had what, 18 AC, 19?
18.
Yeah, they were hard to hit.
If you hadn't seen that fuse, man, this would have gone way worse.
Massive.
Because we were all
Like, out the
holding
way.
like, right there.
Yeah.
That's
Passive
the
perception.
far traveler bonus right there. I think
Yeah.
insight and perception.
Yep. That's exactly it. Just noticing the oddities. Passive. All right. So calculate some experience. 1,460 experience each. Should put you at. That's not the correct total. I don't know why.
I was going to say
That's
what I'm
what
at
we
now.
had last time.
That's what you had. Yeah, I went ahead and put the wrong. 1460 plus 6195, right? I did my math right.
Yeah.
Oh, so close.
If I'd killed Varys, we would have leveled.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
So how much is it?
6,195. I went ahead. I just copied off for the base experience when I was copying things over.
Or is that total or each?
Total is 6,195. You gained 1,460.
Oh,
Yeah, you should be at 6195 after you add it.
Yeah. Whew.
Yeah.
GG.
GG's.
I
All
like
right, well,
I like the tactics of all these dwarves.
GG's.
Yeah, it was
It's
really cool.
fun, yeah.
The whole dynamic of how they were functioning. One of the things when I try to advertise the game, I try to do realistic combat situations and things, and how they were really thinking about positionings and space. And I noticed, Steve, when you were approaching with Lucar, you're like, "Oh, it's just 5 feet away. Like, there's 65 feet is what you measured, right?" That was part of their tactics. Like, they're really smart in combat. They know how quickly people are going to run up and other sorts of things, and forming the lines, changing formations. So a lot of fun. So.
I'm just very glad I got to use command.
Yeah, so Zeph, you get 1,460 experience each, and that's going to put you at 6,195 experience total.
Almost level.
Yeah. Come on, man. I want
Almost.
to chunk some fireballs.
One more. How much?
We'll let
How
the
much?
dragon away.
How much investigation XP can we get at the beginning? Of the beginning of next turn.
So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Hope it was really enjoyable. Group 7 here. We'll be back next week. So you can watch us then and look forward to it. So anyways. Bye.
Bye.